And welcome to the VOD, folks. Welcome to the VOD and or welcome to all our psychic viewers that knew... Okay, got the main menu. Calm down. Welcome psychic viewers and welcome VOD watchers. And or like super fast reflex viewers that are just like they like happen to refresh and they just like blast that click. Lippity-poo. Ooh. Okay. Should I send distress to you, or should I go help your world?
Either way, we're going to be doing this boss,
So you want me to make a decision? All right, come in. Come into my world. So I've got a bunch of nice Elden Ring mods. First and foremost, most important, is replaces Type A, Type B with male and female, which is a banned mod on Nexus Mods, which shows you how woke Nexus Mods is. I know, that's the one that I thought was worth doing. It's so much damage. Here's the question though, does that sword do...
it's not really more damage than my giant axe. This is really just the best weapon in the game.
That's, yeah, that's pretty goofy though. That the... What's it called? Something hammer? The obliterator axe. It is not an axe. It does obliterate though. Obliterate. I hate my accent sometimes where like just like consonants get mushed. It's a bad accent. Although like whenever we go to like other what was that? I heard like a loud sound effect. But whenever we go to other countries, my mom... Oh yeah, you like... It's grumbling. Whenever we go to other countries, oh, should I have like activated the vestiges before I kill this guy? Is this gonna... I guess it doesn't really actually fucking matter.
I don't know. I didn't get the rest of the
You can beat this guy a bunch of times, I assume. If you don't switch weapons, you get a special sword, and if you beat him, like, whatever you beat him with, you get a special thing. Anyway, whenever we go to other countries, my mom's accent is always very popular. People always, like, stop to compliment her accent. Boo. And for anyone curious, my mom's accent is just like Italian, like Italian American. Oh Jesus! Like specifically Bronx. I don't know if it's that different places, but my grandparents learned to speak in the Bronx. Oh, oh. Boo. Can he be hurt in cool guy mode? Or, oh my god, that miss. Such bullshit. Oh.
I'm not gonna be very good at dodging. I'm a big slow swimmer.
Rip.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, like, I was watching Challenger Andy, and then I saw he writes down stream topics, like talk about on stream.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
And then I was like, oh, I guess I should do that.
So what topics did you write down for this stream?
So just 3 things, and they're not that interesting, but I guess they're kind of interesting. I remembered another story I forgot to tell last night about the ketchup guy.
Yes. Chris.
And
Legit.
yeah. The MGTOW guy and I think he actually suggested that as a nickname for himself.
No! You ruined it.
Yeah. 'Cause I remember his like crazy face staring at me like, you think that's good? And it's like, shut the fuck up. Stop.
Nothing you say is ever.
In the future, I'll meet a girlfriend who thinks that's funny. And I'll be haunted by this moment. Oh no. So
I think it's funny. This is creative ketchup. Doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't know how real that. Wow. I think it's a real fear of ketchup. And I think that's a real sad detail. Like, I think he made himself afraid of ketchup. Or he at least thinks he's afraid of it. I thought that was going to be a grab. Um, man. On my screen, you stood back up and then just died. So. Yeah. And then the third note I wrote down was, like, the orc girlfriend story. It was not that interesting of a story. Essentially, a friend of mine dated a girl that was really, really, like, abusive. Like, verbally abusive. That, that, like, really affected him. Probably still left a little bit of a lingering scar in his, like, personality, but the only way we could make him, like, stop feeling bad about it was by... How'd you get up there? How did you get over there? Oh, did I summon you over there? See if you can go find... Oh. You survived? Also, how is this the depths if they put sky? Did they just, like, not think about... Yeah, that's blue sky over there. They definitely didn't originally intend this to be a one-off in the depths map. So tell me what your elf eyes see. Oh, do you end up out?
I'm on top of the lava right now.
Oh, wait, look up. Can you see me? Oh, I can see you! Wait, wait, look up. Look up. You see me?
Yes, you.
Whee! I wonder if you can, like, trigger the boss fight. Because if you keep on going under that water lava fall, or that, sorry, in the waterfall of lava, you can, you'll be underneath the boss fight with the, how do I get this to stop? This is so bright.
I have an interesting blue texture. That must be the other evils.
Blue texture? Oh, yeah, yeah. You're underneath the guy with the fire on his back.
Nice. Can you from below?
Can you shoot at him? Like, can you lock on and throw something?
Not.
Oh.
This is like a bunch of wall textures in the way. And I don't know how to kill. Oh, there we go. And there we go.
How did you die?
I finally fell off the edge.
Well, I was like starting to think maybe I should. Oh, that's not where I want to go. I was starting to think I should lock my health in place and jump off with you.
Do an exploration of the unknown areas. Ugh. Alright, now. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's do it.
You're really sure.
Ah, you see that damage reduction? Fuck, I can't see. I was messing around with this mod that added like firebending as like a weapon to Elden Ring, and it was cool. But like the person designing it just they made it so hard to see. Okay. I can't believe it had that much track. Oh, the tail whip every time. It's like, yeah. I just don't have enough stamina. Like, my stamina recovery is just so slow. I think I had enough health. Anyway, the reason I bring up the firebending mod is because it has the same problem this game has. I can't see what's happening. Like, after I cast a spell, I'm completely blinded. Like, the cool spell effects are nice, but, like, I literally just, like, after I cast the lightning, if I cast too close, there's just nothing. his spells blind me too. I guess I have to watch the dot, not him. I thought you were safe. I thought I was, well, because I didn't think I was safe. Ugh.
That's fine. Keeping for a cat.
I'm always getting hit. So, it looks like the spiky, you know what? Hang on, let me equip some spells.
Let me try something else.
So it looks like Purging Thorn sucks. Alright. And my spells are too slow. So let me just swap them out for non-shitty ones, right? Looks like he takes a lot of lightning. So maybe I should take advantage of that.
It would make sense. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Maybe a buff for like lightning damage for you? I don't know. If you're doing mostly melee, then I goose.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, I should be good.
Stack a bunch of buffs on you. Ah. Thought I could just iframe through. Sorry. Oh. Sorry. I was just spam dodging.
I did not remember that one. Shit. Shit, I died. Thanks. Oh, I thought I could roll in on that. Sorry.
It's okay.
Almost thought it was Elden Ring for a second. Welcome to the chat, King Credo. We were just talking about we were just talking about mods for Elden Ring. That looks like, yeah. But I have a mod that you can just connect peer to peer and not get invaded. Also, if you're wondering why I lowered the gamma to the minimum, I am blinded every time you cast a spell. I don't know how it is on like your guys' monitors, but this is so bright. And like maybe in like graphics, just like cheat. Texture quality, effects quality highest. I could put it at minimum. I can't though. That would be sacrilege. It's still fucking blinding. Now it's dark and blinding. Looks very Sauron though. It's coming for you. He like ran straight past me. I thought of another Ketchup Man story if you're interested, King Credo. It was actually one that I started to tell last night and I just didn't finish. 1-2, and then 3-4. Man, I really have to get closer for that. Oh, nice. I thought I had an opening for a nice juicy spell. Yeah, there was like no way of me knowing that he was going to attack me. I need to change the gamma back up. Yeah. It is a bit too dark and too bright.
It's always kind of been a problem with Codeine. It's just like the effects are fucking crazy.
Only the image on the left is visible. That's how it's supposed to be. Literally that, right? I guess that's a nice brightness. I don't know. The lightning does a lot of damage, but it's just like... This guy sucks. So, anyway, if you guys are interested in the Chronicles of Ketchup Man, he was constantly begging for food, as I think I mentioned. I forgot to tell this story last night. It's DLC. It's Ketchup Man DLC. Deleted scenes. So he's always begging for food, and he's always telling people he's starving, like strangers. You know what, Gurgi? Actually, could you go on the couch and not under my desk? Thank you. Yeah, could you? Why do you go over here? Oh, boy. He was just like crunching on his like 5 treats in that like crackly bag my dad put it in. And then he's like, all right, now that I'm done making all that noise, why don't I pull on your controller cord? So he would always like tell, like if you met anyone new, right, and they went to hang out in the lounge, you would essentially be cursing this guy upon them. And so he would be, and so you always kind of thought like, oh, maybe I shouldn't like tell this person they should come hang out sometime. Ah, fuck. I don't know if I would want to even try this without fast dodging, but at the same time, I'm like constantly short of stamina. And like, I don't know, I just... Why did it not just do the fucking... So, anyway, he was doing his classic, I need money for food, I'm starving, you know, my dad died. It's funny, like, out of context, it sounds like, oh, his dad died. But fucking every goddamn day. Oh, and then he would also do this thing, like, if you like made fun of him, he'd like sometimes he'd like laugh and then be like, you know, I don't care if you like say that kind of stuff. If that's kind of fucked up, but I don't mind because we're friends. But you know, like because we're friends, like you should give me some money. It's just like, it's like if you don't give me like yeah, it's just he said the most insane shit. He's like, you know, if you don't give me money, that's kind of fucked up because like I'll feel really betrayed because like you know, that's some like fuck. God damn it! Gave me an achievement in the middle of my screen, distracted me. Oh, I kind of couldn't see his body. I didn't know he was gonna do that. Anyway, he was begging for food, and then or begging for money for food, and then someone was like, this guy he was pretty dumb. Oh, we got 1776 in the damage. America, fuck yeah. Trish is hitting with the power of America. Ooh, stamina came back just in time. So, this guy that was pretty dumb, my friend that tutored him for like essay writing, was saying that basically damn, double. I got clipped. Basically, he got into the school because he was like a diversity. What do you call that? Like he checked enough of the right boxes, but affirmative act. That's what it's called. So, but he didn't really know how to write essays and stuff. So he failed out freshman year, but yeah, he went on academic probation and then he failed out the second semester. But he didn't need to fail out because you can fail 2 semesters. You can fail more. You can fail like 3 semesters because they put you on academic probation after the first semester, and then when you fail the second semester, you say that it was because of disability, and like you say that you're depressed because they can't prove that. They will not challenge that. You say you're depressed. You don't need to throw in that you're trans or something like that, but you could. That would certainly shore up your case. Some people, yeah, you don't even. There's a few free point things you can say that you don't have to prove and no one can prove, right? So you can say you're demisexual. You're only attracted to the person you're in a relationship with.
That's a disability.
So that's like another sexuality you could like add. There's a bunch of free point things that everybody adds. Everybody adds pansexual, but only prefers one gender. So you're by saying pansexual, you're saying there's many genders, and then you're you don't have to change you don't have to like fuck any dudes, but you could just say pansexual. Demisexual and pansexual are like the free spaces. A lot of people that are gay just say bi, but they never have sex with women. So, but then bi at some point during my college, it became like bigoted to say bi. You had to oopsies, I forgot to send distress. You had to always say pansexual because if you say bi, then you're saying there's only 2 genders. Anyway, he didn't have to fail out, but he did. But this guy was not very smart. He had like a pretty low like social intelligence, and Like, he just wasn't super smart, and so most of the time he just didn't understand if people were like teasing him or mocking him or something. He would laugh and then he'd be like, "Man, that's so Jordan." Like, he would just like he would, I don't know, he wasn't quite, you know. But then this guy, well-meaning guy, he has a bunch of top ramen, a giant pallet of top ramen, because his mom's, I forgot that was part of why I got in. He was black with two moms, so you got all the ingredients. His mom's dropped him off with a big. I sent out the distress signal, by the way.
I thought you were gonna wait till you were done the story.
Oh wait, no, it's not. I've been telling the story the whole time, just with lots of pauses. They sent him with a bunch of top ramen. It was shrimp top ramen, and he wasn't gonna eat it because he, he was very punctual. He was always on time. Man, it was just another tangent. My friend was like trying to was tutoring him, and he was explaining like what happened with the teacher, like when she was asking what she didn't like about it. She pulled out all these other essays and then was like, "See how much they wrote? See how much they wrote? This is like pathetic," or what, like they were like screaming at him, and it, like as other people were leaving the class, and like because he came up and like very like well-meaning was like, "I don't understand what's wrong with my essay," because she didn't give any instructions or a syllabus for the assignment. She just said summarize, and so he wrote like 2 paragraphs. Right? He didn't understand it was supposed to be like a 9-page paper or something. So. So he's like honestly really well-meaning, but because he's so like, so like he's so well-meaning, and he's like, "Hello, professor. I noticed that you gave me an F. I was curious if you had the time today, or if you'd like me to set up a meeting so that we can discuss what you liked and didn't like about my essay, like like the I statements, and just like really like And she snapped and got like really mad at him.
Sounds like she shouldn't be a professor then.
No, she shouldn't. She got mad at me a couple times, but I was like asleep, so I was like so tuned out, like bored in her class, and then she was like, "Did you even like do the reading?" I was like, "Yeah," and then I didn't do it. And she asked me like a question. It was just something I knew about, and then I just started like explaining it. And then she just like was quiet for like a solid minute, 2 minutes. And then she like paced to her desk and looked for something else to teach about. Terrible teacher, really boring. Content was complete garbage. She forced her way into the class. She was the director of the department, so she forced her way into the class because you only get paid if you have X amount of classes, and no one signed up for her class. So she combined her class forcefully with a history class. She was like an art history teacher, so she forced the class that I signed up for to be split between history and art. And so I had to sit through half of the classes talking about this, and then like that was a goddamn nightmare. And that class was it was the Renaissance. So then this one girl took the class because she's like a real fundamentalist Christian, and the Renaissance has a lot of like atheism in it. And so she just goes off on a tangent about how God loves us all. And then the teacher just stops talking about the religious aspect of the Renaissance, and so there's all these like paintings and stuff that he just like doesn't talk about. Like he just starts, anyway, just liberal arts things.
I feel like if half the class was something that I didn't sign up for, I'd want half my money back.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
I got a C in that class. Big bums.
Big bumps.
She decided, I think because she hated me and the people that I sat next to, that there would be no final essay and we would just have to do participation, and that would count for a grade. And so she could give me, so specifically she could give me a bad grade. She changed the syllabus for the class. Like, no fucking joke. She specifically changed the syllabus to give me a bad grade. Because I knew everything she was talking about. That's why I was bored to death. It was like this pre-high school, like, Wikipedia entry level education. And I'm just like, fucking, like, why am I here? And then the other professor is just like, look at this picture. And then switches to the next picture. Because, like, or he just, you know, because he's afraid of whatever. So, dumb. Anyway, so this guy gives him all the top ramen. Stupid guy. Well-meaning stupid guy gives him all the top ramen. It's like, hey, I'm not going to have this. And you said that you're, like, huh. That guy came up to me, by the way, and was like, oh, do you hear his, like, dad died? I was like, yes, I have. Every day. And he's like, you know, he doesn't have enough food. I was like, he has. You see the size of it? He's doing fine. So he gives him all the top ramen, and then this guy is like. I should also mention, this guy said that the best time of his life was middle school. And when you have a person like that, they tend to not end up super mature. So he...
Yeah, I mean, that's true of high school. Middle school's like even worse. That's why you
Oh, yeah. So he looks at the top ramen and he immediately, like a fucking child, goes, ew! Like, ew! Gross! That's fucked up, man. I'm not gonna eat that garbage.
and then he like shuts
No, not garbage. Eat that. I'm not gonna eat that shit. And he's like, no, take it back. I don't want it. And then, you know, and then he's like, no, you said you're hungry, so you know you can eat this. Because he's like a little like slow to the whatever. He's like slow to the point of being a little innocent, so he like didn't get fucking furious, right? And he's like, oh, you can eat this, you know. You said you're hungry, and he's like, I'm not gonna eat like shrimp ramen. That's fucked up. Oh God, I fucking forgot. That's another story. Let me write that down. God, hold on. We gotta fight this boss, but I'm gonna write that down. Anyway, that was the moment when that guy finally like snapped and was like, and like he was like this premonition that this guy came to. He's like, and he had a lisp too, and it was like the first time he spoke without a lisp. Like it overcome everything. He overcome his intelligence, his lisp, and he just goes, it was like a realization, like an epiphany. Fuck you. It just clicked like. It's like this brain blast. Like, wait a second, fuck you. He's like, eat it. Fuck you, eat it. Like, what do you don't get to choose. You said you're starving. He's not allergic to shrimp. If only. So I forgot about his other fear. That's what I was just cracking up about. He's afraid of chicken soup. I don't know. It was so fun. It was so funny when he was just like, wait a second, fuck you. He told him he was an asshole, like it was like this like grand discovery. It's like how does that hitbox hit me? I want to call the hitbox police and have them arrest this man. This demon man. I don't know why I went for that. Chat saw me go for that, and chat, they know what happened. I knew it was gonna, I knew he was gonna hit me, and I wanted it. I wanted health, and I just pressed it. I started like groaning before I even got hit. Like, I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah. It's like playing volleyball and just passing the health back and forth. I should not have gone for that slap. I'm already down to 5 healing. Okay, unlocking doesn't really help. Oh boy. Oh, it's not the right spell to use when you only have 10. Apparently got hit. I would say the visibility on this fight is worth complaining about. Hey, you know what I realized? I could heal myself instead of stealing all the health from you. But I didn't, because I'm a dumb. So he's afraid of chicken soup. And then I think his roommate snapped at one point and was like, what happened?
Literally, as soon as I started walking over to him, he just immediately does the tornado.
Yeah. My favorite is like when you dodge the initial, you know, when he hits the ground and then the fire circle appears? When you dodge the initial one and then a random one just pops up underneath you. like off screen, just like can't quite see it. Oh, sorry, I didn't see chat. Yeah. What's wrong with schools there? Yeah, liberal arts schools, I would say. Yeah. Hey there, Madara. What's going on? And this is Ketchup Guy. So also, it is fair to mention that I just have a good memory for peculiar people that I've met. Just because, like, you know, I don't know. I guess, I think it just has to do with, like, being a writer. Like, when you see weird and strange people, those are, like, sort of opportunities to learn about how people work and how peculiar people work, particularly. I think... But obviously, if you directly copy real people into fiction, it will not make sense, because people are too strange. Especially like, if you copy dialogue from real life into fiction, it does not make sense. You looking at the footprints too? I'm entertained by the footprints. They look strangely detailed and yet not detailed at all, because they have to fit with all sorts of shoes. It's very nice. Good job. Whoever did the footprints... Good job. Whoever was in charge of not blinding me with all of the spell effects, I'm a little bit less pleased. So to catch you up, Madara, we're talking about this guy that I told a bunch of stories about last night. He's just a peculiar kind of character. What was the story I said last night where I was like, this was the best this best explains him. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That one's just like... Oh, you know what? Okay, so... Everyone he would meet, he would tell them that his dad died, and that he was adopted. He's a gypsy. He's a gypsy, but he's adopted because his mother was probably a heroin addict. He has no evidence for that. Sounds like somebody else's. Yeah, I know, it's a bad joke. Oh, what? How did I explode afterwards? So he was constantly begging people for money. Oh, you know what? The candy bar story. That really should explain it. So he wouldn't bathe, and he smelled really, really bad. And I think he washed his clothes. But, I mean, he did take showers sometimes, but not enough. Obviously not enough. I mean, I guess it's not obvious if you haven't smelled them, but... Yeah, he really, really needed to take more showers. And he also needed to shave, because he could not grow a beard, but he could just grow this really thick, awful-looking scruff. It looked real bad. I have a beard. I'm not like an anti-beard activist, but that guy needed to shave. It looked terrible. And these are relevant details to the story. So he smelled real bad, and he was always begging people for money. He'd always give them like this spiel, and then like, you know, he would regularly run into people that he'd borrowed money from, quote unquote. And then they would be like, "Hey, you know, you wanna pay me back now or whatever?" And then he would like prostrate himself on the floor, like literally, like, you know, get down on his knees and be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You know, I was adopted. My dad died. My adopted dad died. My birth mother's a crack whore." You know, you do the whole thing. You'd be like, "Please, please, please, like, oh, I'm so sorry." That, you know, you do that all the time. So. Anyway, he smelled real bad, and I was like, and I never gave him money. Because I don't give beggars money. But I was like, you know what? He wants to wash his clothes. This will be the one time I'll give him money so that it'll be a public service to the community. He will smell less terrible. And I had a bunch of quarters, and he needed quarters for the machine. So I gave him the quarters. And then he leaves. And he's like, "Oh, thank you so much." He leaves the room, and he comes back. The vending machine is not that far from the lounge. But he came back, and he's got chocolate all over his face. Just covering his face, and the way he ate, God, the way he ate was just... He would push food against his teeth, and then like a chipmunk, just grind it against his teeth, and then like just nom 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 nom, and it would push out to the sides with all that force, and it would get all over his cheeks where that scruff would trap it, and it would just become this like situation on his face. Just not pleasant. Oh, I didn't expect that, and I should have. So he comes back, not spending it on the laundry, obviously. He just spent it on a candy bar. Like, it was Butterfingers. And it was just like, oh man, it was just so great. Like, it was so bad. It was like all over his face. and then it was the Butterfingers, and all the yellow like filler stuff was all over his man tits, and like, oh god. His roommate was telling a story where he was eating chips on his back, and it got like caught in like these rolls that were on his face, the fat rolls of his like cheeks, like caught in the bristles of the scruff. It was a situation. Baba takaka taka waka. It was a sight to behold. Anyway, obviously, I, like, snapped and was like, you I was like, you motherfucker. Like, I like, went off on him. And I was like, me and his roommate, like, really dug into him. His roommate was like, you know that sink in the washroom that has the board on the side? That's for people like you. Take your clothes. He's like, no, I just need money for the washroom. He's like, you spent it. It's all over your fucking face. His roommate was like really mad because, you know, he has to deal with that smell all the time, and he like really couldn't fucking stand that guy's hygiene. And he was just like, he's like, you're gonna, and like he was just like, oh god, how he was just like, he's like, no, like whimpering when we were telling him he had to wash his clothes by hand. Fuck. It's like every fucking day, there'd be just, you know, strangers he would meet. He'd be like, yeah, my birth mom's probably a heroin addict. And, like, he would use all these, like, really, you know, this is well-meaning, sweet people that he'd, like, run into. And they'd be like, oh, no. And he'd be like, yeah, my dad died. And he's like, oh, is it recent? It's like, no, it's, like, years ago. Oh, why did I do it? Why did I do it? Trisha saved me. Oh, no. Oh, that's healing. That's healing. That's not the one. I'm sorry. So I threw that game pretty hard. I'm sorry. Anyway. Hey, Gabe. Oh, live chat. Very good point. No. His dad didn't die, and then he was adopted by gypsies. His birth mother, he never met, has no information on. No one has information on. Only that she was a gypsy. And so he just makes up this shit about his mother being... What is that?
So he just used that for all this.
Yeah. He has no evidence that she did heroin or anything. Like, unless you count, like, his, like, mental whatever as, like, I like Never's perspective on the spell effects guy. All caps. Bright lights. Magic. Yeah, so he has no idea anything about his birth mother. He just tells everyone he meets that she was addicted to heroin and that's why she gave him up. And then he also throws in that his adopted father died. I did tell this already, but I saw someone new in chat, so I figured I would just refresh people. Because if you tell these stories out of context, it sounds terrible. Because it's like, oh my god, he talked about his dad dying again. It's like, oh, that's so terrible. It's like, yeah, but you don't know. Like, if you interact with him in a day, it'll come up in every conversation, and then you'll see him say it to, like, just strangers. So anyway, his roommate at some point snapped because he was begging for food and whatever, and his roommate was like, you're gonna fucking eat this chicken noodle soup. And he's like, no. And he'd do this pathetic whimper shit when he didn't want to do something, like when someone was like, you have to take a fucking shower. He's like, no. And then he would explain it like, well, you know, when you haven't done something when you're, like, little and you just, like, keep on not doing it and you're just, like, unfamiliar to you, it's going to be, like, scary, right? And it's like, if you understand all that, eat the fucking chicken noodle soup, bitch. Like, what are you talking about? Eat the chicken noodle soup.
It's
he
that scary that you would start whimpering.
yeah. And I was not the only one who was like his roommate really snapped, but like his roommate was not the only one. I was also like, eat the chicken noodle soup, you fucking pussy. Like I was, so eventually he had no food, and the like food place was closed because of some school trip or something, and he had class during. It's incredible that he went to class. Um, of all the people that I knew that failed out for not going to class,
Well, the
crazy.
best place to sleep when you shit the bed,
He, to be fair, he shit his pants, but then he wouldn't take a shower, so he was just shit. Like he just smelled like shit.
right? God.
And he came into the. Oh man, his face, just like his the big fucking smile when he came in after he finally took a shower, and he goes like, "Hey guys, what's up?" I took a shower, like so proud of himself. It's like.
Literal child.
So anyway, I saw him eating chicken noodle soup for the first time, and I'm not kidding. He was shaking, he was trembling. I noticed him sitting alone at a table in the lounge because I saw this motion of him trembling, and he was like reading the instructions on this like Lipton like instant chicken soup thing. He was shaking and shaking, and he had like, and I walked over because I was like, is that
Candy all day long.
what?
I'm imitating him like, I just want to eat candy all day long. And have soup.
God, the fucking peanut butter and
Can you
jelly.
actually confirm that he was not, like, intellectually disabled?
There were. Let me tell you. I have not confirmed that, and I can confirm to you that I graduated alongside people that are actually retarded. Like there was a guy. There was more than one person at my school who would masturbate publicly, and you were not allowed to like if someone reported it to an RA or an RD, if they reported it to the RAs, the RAs were not allowed to report it any higher up the chain because that was bigoted, because it's ableist, because he's retarded or something and he needs to masturbate everywhere. So he would have his hands down his pants and be jerking off in the lounges.
Literally what you get, you put on a sex offender list.
No, not at a school. Like if I let me tell you,
You gotta call the police instead of
yeah,
call the school.
let me tell you, if I saw that shit, I'd call 911 and be like, there is a public masturbator jerking off without his headphones in to his laptop to pornography in the middle of the lounge. I would call 911 and be like, this is a sex offender, put him in fucking jail. And it's like you're supposed to call like P safety when you have a problem on campus. Fuck that. I would call the police 100% of the time, and I'd be like, no, fuck whatever ableist garbage.
Trying to protect, like, sexual deviance.
It's like it's like
Yeah, we'll let him rape everybody.
it's like I'll be, you call me ableist and whatever. There was like the legal system on campus was fucking crazy. You could be convicted for stuff just because of like a gut feeling, and they would like put a thing to other schools to get you banned from other campuses. It happened to someone I knew. It was very.
I have a good feeling that this guy's got something wrong with him and he's masturbating in public.
But yeah, no, but yeah, the chicken soup thing. He was afraid of chicken noodle soup. I don't know how true the ketchup thing was. I know that he acted afraid of it, and I know that he would like insist that he was, and then he would also pivot into asking people for money after being traumatized by the ketchup. And I also know that across campus, ketchup use increased dramatically, because no matter what, you would think of it like keeping like a ghost away, like an evil spirit. If you just pour ketchup in a circle around your table, the evil spirits couldn't get in.
From asking you money.
Yeah. So people would passive aggressively do exactly. So I think Now said it yesterday. It was like just pour a giant like pool of ketchup on your plate. People would 100% do that if he sat down next to them, and they would just like leave it there as like a ward to keep him away. But he was actually trembling eating the chicken noodle soup, and he was like shaking, and like he was really off. Like you could tell he was actually really scared. And like the only time I've seen someone that afraid was like when I took Maya into the haunted house, and then she saw the clown room. She is like deathly afraid of clowns. He was like shaking and like dissociating from chicken noodle soup. And in the moment I was like, oh man, that's kind of like sad that he's like so pathetic. But like after the fact, probably should have made fun of that guy for being a fucking pussy. Yeah. And he had a little bit of the soup, and I was like, oh, you're actually eating soup? And he's like, yeah, I am. And he's like, I think. Oh, no, I know what happened. Yeah, that's it. He had no food, and the food where you get the food closed, and he'd burned every bridge with everybody ever, right? Obviously, because every day he's telling, like, he's begging for money, and then he's like begging for more money, and like, there's an. Let me write down another story. I was just like another great tale. But yeah, it was the diner when someone took him to a diner.
Yeah, I mean, the way you described it just sounds like he doesn't really understand friendship.
No, 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 no. It's not that he doesn't understand it, because he did understand it. He was like relatively socially intelligent. He was not stupid. He was just.
He didn't understand that, like, asking everybody for money would eventually burn bridges with those people by, like, acting like that to them.
No, because he did understand. Like he is just a person of low moral character, and he acts pathetic to get people to feel bad for him, but he's really just a piece of shit. Like that guy, he would do stuff to be pathetic on purpose so that people would feel bad for him, and then he would make people uncomfortable. People that are not very aggressive, he would make them uncomfortable, and he would use giving them the money. Like if he could get them to give him money, he would go away. And so a lot of people gave him money because he made them uncomfortable, he smelled bad, and they wanted him to get away from them. And like he would do that a lot.
I will say this much. I would give that guy like $5 if he would just drink an entire bottle of ketchup.
You might be surprised. A lot of people offered him money if he would like do things with ketchup.
You know,
No. He would laugh. Yeah, he would laugh, and then he would be. He would laugh, and then he'd be like, "That's kind of exploitative." Oh, but it's okay because we're such close friends. But it'd be kind of fucked up if we weren't really close friends. Like can I have some money? And like because we're so close friends, can I have some money? And like, well, that is what I said when he did that. I was like, fuck you, I'm not your friend. He's like, oh man, haha. He was so manipulative. He used any opportunity to get money from people. It's like, one time, there's this guy, I forgot the buff. He was just kind of like, this one guy was like kind of, I don't know, just sort of like feeling a little lonely. He was like wanted to go to the diner in town, but it's like a far walk, and liberal arts school, you don't exactly have the most physically fit people, so a walk that's like a mile is like fucking crazy for them. So anyway, he couldn't get anyone to go, and he ran into, of all people, Ketchup Man. And then he was like, speaks to how like in a lonely mood this guy was. He was like, hey, do you want to go? He was like, hey, do you want to go to the diner? And he's like, sure, if you buy me food. And he was like, you know what? Sure. People are always like, kind of like, mean to this guy or whatever. And I was like, that was your first... He was telling me the story, and I was like, that was your first mistake. And he's like, I know. So he takes him to the diner. Oh, Jesus. So he takes him to the diner. And then, you know, simple etiquette. Someone, you know what? Let's poll the chat. We'll see if this guy's disgruntledness, oh shit, was justified. Someone takes you to a diner. What do you get to drink? Poll the chat. Someone takes you to a diner. What do you? And they're treating you. They're treating you to the food. What do you order for a drink? I don't know who would serve this guy alcohol, by the way. He did not order alcohol at a diner. And I can't imagine. Yeah. Yeah.
Hard to see. You're in a blazing bright tornado. Everyone's saying he ordered soda.
Okay, let me see. I had a nephew who actually had a phobia and new foods. Bribing them is actually the most effective thing to do. Some of the stuff we forced him to eat back then are now his favorites. Oh, that's cute. But again, your nephew probably was not like 22 years old. Oh no, I guess at that point he would have been 20. My little sister wasn't afraid of foods, just really picky. Said to my mom plenty of times, whatever is made for dinner, too bad. Mom would just take something different for her. Yeah. Yeah, like I was like fairly. I think every kid is just kind of a little bit picky, but also I don't know. Some food is just shitty, you know. Also, as you get older, your taste buds change, so like it is just harder for kids to handle certain flavors. Like, imagine like a kid having broccoli rabe.
Oh my god, I can't handle that.
Like it was bitter to you, but like you have stronger bitter senses when you're younger. That would have been brutal. Or like blue cheese and stuff like that. Kids just their taste buds are just different. Or like unsweetened tea. Yeah. Yeah. But that's just kind of, you get them excited about it, you bribe them, whatever. You tell them stuff. Like, my brother would lie about whatever. He'd be like, you know, whatever, like, story he'd make up. He'd be like, James Bond drinks this, or, you know, whatever. Fucking...
People assume that seaweed is evil, but seaweed is fucking delicious.
Yeah.
The only real problem with it is that it doesn't fill you up.
I had seaweed when I was younger, because a friend of mine liked it. I don't remember why, but... Yeah, so we got soda, we got a water or tea because you don't like soda. Now that's fair. I would get a water. You'd get water too? Yeah, I'd get a water. So, he got a milkshake.
Oh my god, that's not a drink.
And a Coke.
And a Coke. Oh.
Both. And then
Wash them both down.
and then he ordered... You know the section of the menu where you're like, do they really know how to cook this? He ordered from there. Like, instead of getting like a burger, you know, like an $8 burger, he got like a $14, $16 dish. And then he ordered a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh my god.
And he did the thing with the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The guy who was telling me the story, he was describing to me the face, and I was like, No, I know. I already know. And this is after he made a big stink about the dish and was loudly talking about how it was bad and like they should be ashamed of themselves and all this stuff and like loudly complaining about it. Yes, he was trying to get free food. Obviously, he was trying to get. He's always trying to get free food.
He's always trying to get shit, man.
Even when he's not paying for the meal, he wants extra free food. He wants more.
Anything good you can tell me about this guy to like balance it out.
No, not really.
Starts like he needs to be removed from society.
I did appreciate watching him annoy people that I didn't like, but
Yeah, yes, there's a plus.
yeah, it's like saying like, oh, fire's not so bad as long as it's burning someone else. But then, then obviously everyone knows what's coming. What is he? What happens at the end of the meal? He orders dessert, right? He orders like the really expensive like sundae, like the jumbo sundae thing.
Already got a milkshake.
He already got the milkshake. He already got, and he's already got the jelly all over his face. Oh, it's all over his face. It's just, it's all the way to his fucking ears. I didn't see it, but I know. I know. It's like, if he doesn't start wiping it out, and he just has, you know, he has a heap of those, like, napkins, right? Just, like, piling up in front of him. And he's, like, just, you know, and then he orders the sundae. He gets that all over his face. Just all over his fucking face.
Yeah, and then that guy knew to never treat that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what the bill was, but it was, like, you know, you could probably do the math. I think they probably charged him like $10 for the peanut butter and jelly sandwich because he was such an asshole. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was waiting for you to boof. I think I need to stop being bad. I need to get more stamina or something. I've thrown like every attempt. I'm just bad. I think it's because I'm using this like slow ass spell because it's cool. But this guy like doesn't really give openings that big. Like I should really just be using those two. But I'm gonna go for it. Boom. I couldn't have known. That was mostly my fault. So was your death actually, probably. I just you can do it. You can do it sometimes. Well, play with your sound on, dum-dum. Okay. I don't know. I just thought I had time to get a swipe in. He surely was not disciplined as a child. I have no idea. If he was disciplined as a child, I bet he would have told us about it. Um, I do not think that would have fixed him. I think,
It would have just made him say that he was abused.
yeah. No, I mean, well, I guess sometimes when people say discipline, they mean like beat the fuck out of him. Not that that guy shouldn't get the fuck beaten out of him as an adult, but
There are a lot of people who just
there's
like get told no,
there's
who interpret that as being abused.
yeah. Well, yeah. There's ways of just like raising a kid where they don't end up like that. I think. I think there's just like yeah obviously he could have been raised to like have he was really into comic books, by the way.
I bet he didn't pay for a single one his whole life.
No, he spent money on comic books. He would well spend his own money. No. But he would beg people for money, and he would spend the money that his mom sent him on comic books instead of food. And then beg people for more money to spend on more comic books and bum more food. But in all that reading comic books, he didn't have like a sense of honor or like integrity, like and no integrity, like just like
Wait, was he reading like the news stuff?
his no. This was before all that. This was like, you know, like 2012 or something. It wasn't that
I
bad.
mean, that's not way before all that though.
It wasn't that bad though. It was just
I mean, it was still present.
a little bit, but it's not like now where they have like Captain Safe Space and whatever. Like it's you could go in a comic book store and you could find
You
comics.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it starts by teaching bad laws. That's where it started, and then it just
Yeah.
progressed and progressed and progressed.
So maybe comic books. I don't know. Maybe they can do this to a person.
And 100% like say that's what
But yeah.
validate his behavior. You know?
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, Never. Like just like teaching a kid to have morals and honor and integrity and just like value other people, like have empathy for other people's like situations or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's basically the whole chronicle of that guy. I don't think there's anything too interesting after that. There's I guess there's like the no, yeah. I think that's enough for now. What's that? What'd you say?
Where is he now? He's on the window. He'll die as he lives.
Yeah, Parasite is pretty good. A mooch is someone said in chat. That's pretty apt. And then but he would also act like he was getting the better of people when they gave him stuff. Like he would be cocky about it afterwards. Like he would brag to other people. He'd like in their face be like, you know, it was let me out. I was looking at my Icar bar. His mother did come to campus at one point. And I know people had words with his mother. She was apparently very, very sweet. I think she offered to pay people back because I think kind of, she kind of knew her own son, but I don't think anyone could take her up on it because she was just too nice. But then I think she gave. Oh. You know, maybe I should have equipped. Boo. Maybe I should have equipped. There's a second heal that you get from IO or EO or heal. Oh, but I probably don't have. I wouldn't have the mastery. There's no way. Maybe I should switch my build. Do some big smacks, maybe. Oh, but then I would miss out on fast dodge, right? I like fast dodge too much, I think, to go back. I can give it a shot, though. I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. I wasn't actually doing that bad, so it's probably fine to just stick with what I had. I was bad, yeah. Yeah. So she gave him more money from that point on. And then he spent it. I think he paid back some people, but he paid back people that I think that the people he paid back, he was expecting he could get more money out of them if he paid them back. It was, like, he knew for a fact he. So he knew. Yeah, so he knew he borrowed like maybe like $30 from this person, let's say, and then he would give them $5 back and be like, yeah, my mother, so embarrassed and all this, and like she works and she's the only one that supports me, and like if I got kicked off the scholarship I wouldn't be able to go to school, and like here's $5 because you lent me money that one time and I really should have paid you back, and this is from her, my because my mother loves me so much. And then the next day, or maybe 3 days later, or something, he'd be like, "Oh man, can I borrow some money? I don't want to ask my mother because she's like, she's one parent household because my dad died. No. I really need to buy a new Spider-Man comic." Yeah, I don't know who the fuck would hire that guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Being a student is a full-time job. I could see not like having a job. Yeah, but I fucking. God. I think I just need to calm down and use less stamina. What was that?
I said, unless I call out for help, they'll meet you right next to me.
I need to keep hitting him to get Icker.
Well, yeah, but you could also just wait for me to get spike and then prevent getting hit. Or actually, maybe your spike is sick. You could actually call that.
The spikes is so dangerous. Alright, if you're giving me permission to go for spikes, I'm going for it. It's terrible. I survived that somehow, but that was definitely not a good idea. No, that gives me Icker. It gives 10 Icker if it hits. Why, do you think I should try and poison him? I was not in that. Hitbox police, I'd like to make a report. I don't know what happened back there, but I am hurt. And purple fire is purple. Damn it. I had this thought, like, right after. I should have just dodged and seen if I could get out of it with iframes, but I realized after I started moving left, I was like, no, you have to dodge that right, and then when I moved back right, it was too late. Well, good for you, Never. He's saying that he has a good work ethic and he made a bunch of money. But he had a single parent who favored his sisters more, which is quite unfortunate. I wonder if there's anything. There's like a stamina power, right? But I don't think I can use it on this blood code. No, there's like a power. This one is what I want to use. Fortitude. Okay, so if I unequip this, I can't use the sword. Why? Because I need dexterity. So do I have dexterity and fortitude? Probably not. I would have noticed by now. Do I have any fortitude? So now I could use the... What? Do I have just dexterity? No. Wait, this needs C+. Oh, but that one needs B. Charisma increases your partner's stats, does not apply to player. Yeah.
Stupid as fuck.
Yep. Increases maximum stamina, not by enough. Alright. Alright.
Feeling super strong.
Yeah, I feel like this is I got an okay build.
You think we can parry him?
Look at my parry attack, by the way. Look how slow this is.
Yeah, it sucks.
When the white flash happens is the parry window. You have to really know what they're hitting you with. Alright. What the fuck? Who are you? It's inappropriate. Oh, I also recently like running into that MGTOW guy. I thought was like really interesting. Mildly upsetting, but mostly interesting. So, I don't actually know. I don't actually know if you can stagger enemies like you can in Elden Ring. I think it is like a health threshold that makes them get staggered.
No, I'm pretty sure that I got him down on purpose.
Like, not through doing damage, just through like getting him with enough blunt attacks or something.
I not like a you could stop doing that tail whip. I checked it.
Oh, I didn't know you didn't know.
I have no idea.
I thought you were telling. I should probably mix around my volumes. Let's see. Let me grab hold of my mixer. Thank you. And I will lower code vein and up you. I can hear you over the chaos.
Sweet.
Do you want to? Maybe I should. Let me help you. Maybe it'll break the funk. I'll go into your world. Yeah.
Alright.
What happens when Trisha has more health? Do we just win? Is it a win?
I'm already starting to get tired, honestly.
Ah. Well,
I'm getting
I've.
less sleep with these late night games.
No, I'm sorry. I've been pretty tired too. Just like doing keto. I had a bunch of cherries and that kind of like helped because that has some kind of thing in it. Can't remember. But pretty Thaiwood. Combo master and received rewards. I don't think any of these fire things are really gonna. Maybe we could take these fire codes and then go into the ice DLC. You lack discipline, young raccoon. Welcome back, Gabe. Got distracted thinking about PS1 games that he likes. disappeared into the world of nostalgia. Yeah. So recently I ran into this MGTOW guy on the interwebs, and it was super weird. He, like,
Are you ready to rap?
yeah. I don't know. I'm like debating whether like the existence of this person is like too depressing. But he was basically saying like his main point was that if a woman is in trouble, you shouldn't a real man wouldn't save her because like women are bad. And it was just
Man, you wouldn't believe all the effort I go through just trying to get this guy while he's fucking jumping all over the place.
I mean,
Like, that is a good way to just destroy your stamina.
fast dodging really helps.
Yeah, well, that is not what I'm going for.
Fucky Wucky.
Okay.
Fear not, for I am here. Actually, it's a lot easier to see in that mode. Shockingly, when you get like low health. Maybe I should die all the time. Oh, I already do that and it's not working. That spell is just like casting instant blindness on yourself. You put the floating orbs that drift towards them.
Yeah, right? It's gonna roar.
Alright. He actually isn't in like damage reduction mode when he does that.
Regardless.
So, but I just mean you can shoot a bunch of like spells at him and get like a quick 20k. Gotcha.
Two hit instant death. Not fun.
Oh, am I okay? I dodged so close to when I died that the dodge came out, and then after you saved me, I couldn't get back up. I tried. Sorry. Oh, nice. Oh, I'm out of healing. That is not what I meant to press. Oof. Thanks for the shield. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry.
Oh, oh, God.
Nice, nice, nice.
Fuck. Did a good hit.
I died, sorry. Oh, he's on you!
Yeah, that was quick, huh?
Wait, he was...
Literally, as soon as I'm healing myself, there's a fucking giant
Gotcha.
flaming...
He got me.
I can't get you.
No, I know, I got... It was... I got you right at the last thing. Ever play Skull Monkeys? Nah. Oh, that's not to me. Been wanting to play my 64 lately. Got Majora's Mask for NES. Final Fantasy Mythic Quest. Mystic Quest. Never played Mystic Quest. I can and can't get where he's coming from because I've had people go and to step in because a girl's boyfriend was basically putting hands on only to have her get mad. Yeah. So he was like, he posted a video of a girl in China who gets clubbed over the head and then dragged by her hair out of the room screaming. And he's like calling the people who are worried about her safety chimpanzees. And he's just like, yeah. So it's the video is like fine, right? Like she's fine. Like it seems like people. The video was 20 sec. I didn't watch the video. It's 29 seconds long, and people in the comments are saying that people did get up to help her, but it took them. They were like lethargic about it. They were slow, and it was a Reddit thread, and they were mad that they weren't doing it faster. They didn't like do something more violent, but they got up within 29 seconds and had broken open the door that he had taken her behind. But it also seemed like from other comments of like Chinese people, it was apparently a domestic dispute. Like they got into an argument, and then he was dragging her over to yell at her in another room. Probably shouldn't be dragging people over by their hair, but I don't know. What?
It probably shouldn't be dragging people at all.
Yeah. Well, I guess I dragged you out of the ocean. But yeah, it was just really weird because he was like, because I went in to look at it was like an archived thread, so you couldn't watch the video, and he was like really into the he was very mad at the people in the comments being sympathetic, and he was like really into the fantasy that like really horrible things had happened to that girl, and it was so weird.
You'll get yours. I am going straight to the moon.
It was just so strange. But I can see that situation where, like, you know, because some guys and girls like to walk with their hands in each other's pockets, and that's just, you know, fine. So you don't, you know. His tail is like growing chainmail. Yeah, you don't know what's going on. trying to be so like not get whatever you call, not defensive, but I'm trying to so hard to not get like slammed all the time, and it's just not happening for me. Shouldn't have gone for that third hit. I knew. I did the third hit and I was like, why does that feel like a bad idea? And then I got hit by the tail whip. I was like, ah, that's why. But it was so weird. He was like,
Weird, like, lag frames this fight, too.
well, on the punches, you mean?
In the fight, every now and again.
Oh, just a little bit of stuttering. Because when he does, his punches are skipping frames, like they're jumping ahead to like make it seem really fast.
Yeah, it's definitely not intentional in the game.
But it was really weird because he was like saying that men that would save someone in trouble are like not real men. They're not masculine and things. It was very. It's like the bizarre in the way that's like not useful because it doesn't really. There's no logic behind it. It's just like that guy. Like it just. I don't know. It just wouldn't make an interesting. It's an interesting person in real life, but it's just not. It wouldn't make a good character. People would be like, that makes no sense. That character's not like. Oh fuck. Fuck. Oh yeah. But yeah, it's also I wouldn't want to live by someone like that. Like I wouldn't want that person in my like circle or anything. Like
Yeah, right.
like
Definitely wouldn't be very helpful around your neighborhood.
yeah, like you couldn't rely on that guy just like and like having people with like no honor or integrity around, it's just like it can only be bad for your mental health to just see such
Oh, that's a circle of death.
circle of blindness. God damn.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like every one of his fire effects is like so blinding you can't tell which is like which.
Stay safe. Oh no, how could I? What? Why?
No.
Did you see what happened?
No.
There was just an explosion behind me. I want to look at the replay. Could I have even like...
By the
Let me look at the replay. Wow, it's like actually like a couple seconds behind. How? There's no way I could have... There's no way I could have stopped that. That's just like straight RNG. Yeah, a bunch of people were talking about the caveman bonk girl on head and drag her away.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just need to be as far away from that roar as possible.
No. Like, do you have the stream up?
I do.
Did you see how I died?
It looked like you just got clipped, right?
I was walking backwards and then there was just an explosion behind me.
Yeah, he creates like a ring of other explosions during the tornado.
Yeah, but like, how could I know it was there?
I mean, it's one of those things where you can only like not get hit by it if you start
Yeah, I mean it was just spawned behind me.
No, that's how the attack works, though. He creates the tornado plus a ring of fire pools around the tornado. Like, it doesn't reach the end of the stage.
I understand like how the attack works, but there was no possibility of me knowing that there could be a fire explosion like behind me. Like I could have dodged out of it, but it was like it just came into the screen and then I just got killed by it. Cuz like I see one of the fire circles in front of me. The effect is ended. Oh wait. Let me skip forward a few seconds. Okay, that's where I died. So he does the roar. I dodge back. I see rings in front of me, and then there was just one randomly behind me, like far away. There was nothing I could have done. I just had to have had health to withstand the RNG, and I didn't. So you just play better in other parts of the fight. Maybe, like, if I was, like, you know, just taking, like, Nazi super soldier methamphetamines to increase my reflexes.
Maybe he just had turned into a monster.
Yeah. I still think about the Russian steroid commercials. I don't even know what they're advertising. I just know it's like just not safe.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen, I mentioned it yesterday, but like the commercials for Russian like gym supplements. Man, I just thought I had the second hit and I just didn't. Commercials for like supplements in the US are always like very focused on like it's all natural, like, you know.
It's so weird, because when we were playing before this fight, I thought the reason why, like, frames were lagging was just because I was online. Now it's just, like, my game is just lightless.
I did see quite a few
Yeah, it's still
people.
technically online, but, theoretically it
Wait.
look good from my perspective, since I'm the host, right?
Yeah, but so there were a bunch of people in the reviews complaining about performance. Oh, we got slapped together! Yay! You know what they say? Couples that get tail whipped by a demon together.
Get steaming together?
Say steamin'?
Said steaming. Freak.
What? See what I have to deal with over here? Yeah. I just pressed the wrong button.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I just keep on thinking he's going to transition into his fursona, but...
Even with the laggy frames, I've, like, at this point, completely memorized how to dodge past that fucking tornado from getting hit from it so many times. It's like trauma.
Ah.
Oh no, is that on you? God damn it. Fucking pool of fire that I can't fucking get out of. God
Yeah.
fucking damn it. Ugh.
Yeah.
So annoying. Like, I'll have no health, I'll need to heal, and then he just throws this everlasting pool of fire at me. And then as I'm diving away from it, stab me. Like, no options.
Know what you mean. Maybe I'll try out melee. I'll give a go at melee. I don't know.
I don't know, I think from far away, works fine. I'm certainly not having as great of a time with melee. Ugh.
Alright. I was just thinking maybe I should change it up, but you're probably right.
I don't know, do you want to just use, like, Final Journey and, like, beat him up?
I don't
Want to
think.
bully him like we bullied Millennia?
I just like the wild swings of this game. Yeah, I don't think so.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work like DPSing this guy down. It seems like pretty. I don't know. For some reason, this boss doesn't seem so hard. It just like seems like it's gonna take a bunch of attempts. Oh wait.
Oh, tries all over the stage. To, like, run after him. Lose so much stamina in this fight.
I just want to also say, just harkening back to the caveman story. Yeah, if you save someone in danger, that is good. You should aspire to be.
Shit.
Yeah, you should aspire to be heroic, and that is very impressive, and people should respect you more if you save people in danger. I mean,
Police are the good guys.
like if you save someone's life and they're a real piece of shit, like did you do a good thing or a bad thing? Even if you had even if you had good intent.
Would you save baby Hitler?
Yeah, but like maybe not baby Himmler, but yeah, like
But
yeah, no, like being like saving people is good, and it's like weird to say that out loud, like because it's such an obvious thing, but I guess not for some people.
I guess not.
But this guy like really really hated women, so oh. Someone I used to be friendly with, uh, really really he had a lot of bad experiences with women, but um, how that ended up was not super great. He ended up he he was like, I don't know, he would like unironically be like 2D beauty 3D pig, and oh shit. He's really a fan of those like memes from 4chan. Damn. Where they have like, I guess it would be called a trap at the time, but now that would be, you'd get in trouble. Where it's, what?
Yeah, they say it's a sweater.
I don't know. I made like a transgender friend playing Evolve, and they preferred to either they hated being called transgender, and they preferred to be called a tranny or a trap. So whatever. They didn't go to the right meetings for the official terms that are supposed to make them feel good and bad. So they're kind of like, they're not up to date. They have to get their certification for being trans renewed. They don't know what's supposed to upset them, so they have to go check. Otherwise, they're not going to be a certified tranny.
I do not know how I didn't get fucked up by that.
But he liked showing the memes that were like comparing traps to real girls, and was like, real girls are whores, but traps are guys like you, so they have like a high sex drive, and they'll have sex with you whenever they want, whenever you want. Be great. And he shared a lot of those, and then I think he ended up. Well, I don't think. I know he ended up dating someone like that, and he had a lot of unfortunate incidents with with the ladies. He had a lot of unfortunate incidents with Jesus. That is correct. Just like, the regular bad stuff that happens, you see in like movies and whatever. Just like, standard stuff. I think one of the more maybe like interesting stories about that was, I guess, we uncharitably called one of his girlfriends an orc because she had an underbite that was quite far forward. She was a lesbian, but she was using him as a beard, or whatever the lesbian version of a beard is. And she hated him like she hated all, like she had this like resentment for men, and she like took it out on him. But she kind of bullied him into dating her because he was so lonely and so like, because she knew she could get him to do it, and then she was the main thing that like affected him was whenever he would talk, she would yell at him for speaking because she hated the sound of his voice. And so after they dated, he just was really quiet and he wouldn't talk, and it affected him for a while, and that until
When you are spoken to.
yeah, like they would be in common conversations, and she would always tell him to shut up no matter what he said. It's like very abusive, and they weren't that young. There's no excuse for it. It was high school. It's like you shouldn't be like a fucking psycho at that point. But I think he was also like an easy person to just disrespect. But me and my other I was like I like started a campaign of making him feel better by being like, she is a literal orc. Like, you should not feel bad. Like, and that was the only thing that kind of like pulled him out of it, made him like talk again, basically. Like he would speak obviously, but only like if you said something directly to him. He would just be quiet all the time, like in a group conversation. He was a bit of a memer, so like it wasn't normal for him to be quiet. So anyway, it's not entirely his fault how he ended up. He ended up being a big douchebag to me at some point. Not at some point, just he was always kind of unkind to me. But I don't know. It was like, well, he's my friend, right? So I'm supposed to be nice to him and stuff. I don't know. Sometimes loyalty can be like detrimental when you just have like bad people in your life. But, I am doing pretty fine without him. It was a huge relief when we had our final like thing. our final like falling out or whatever. I remember we were playing like Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition. I played an artificer because I was like, oh well, I'll have lots of buffs, and then like me and him will like get along. You know, he'll be like, you know, he'll see that we're all like pals and whatever. He got really angry at me every time I used a buff on him, because he was like, oh god, okay. He's like, he's big like inferiority complex. Like, as though, like, me putting a buff on him was, like, taking credit for... Man, I can't believe I missed that. You do a ton of damage. Each one of your hits is, like, literally 3 or 4 times mine. Oop, 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 why?
Because there's no God. Ah!
One more.
There's only Dragon Man.
And I got hit by the one more. Don't worry, I got it. Passing the health right back to you. Thanks for the loan. Life is sometimes complicated. Yeah. Again, sorry to if that story like bums people out. I should have better happy stories. It doesn't bum me out anymore, which I guess it's like, you know, which I guess makes me forget that it's like kind of a bummer to hear about like horrific emotional abuse.
Yeah.
It's also like when you say it out loud exactly what actually was happening, it sounds bad, but I think at the time, I don't feel like everybody in the situation really understood that's what exactly was happening.
Oh no, not the little death. God damn it. I just got here.
I was just praying to the god of iframes. Like, gotcha. I got fucked. Do you have me? Gotcha. How's my book doing? Oh, thank you so much. It's doing good. I'm still on those same 2 chapters that I have been rewriting for like fucking god many days. But both those chapters are going to be good when they're done. It's just that like there's like I explained it like yesterday. It's just a balance between like the less you write, the more punchy it is, but then you're also sacrificing something by writing less because you don't get people to kind of ponder the concept for quite as long. So like sometimes when people say, "Oh, it's better on a second read," that's because double, you know, you could get that effect on the first read that they're talking about on the second read. If you can't do it everywhere, right? Because it would really slog down the book, but there's places that it's worth doing it. I'm just trying to figure out where the words go and what words to put there to capitalize on this effect, because the skeleton of the chapter is like really solid, so it's really, and I was like workshopping it with friend of mine. I was just like telling him what the chapter is about, and like, you know, trying to get his like his like feedback on like this idea or that idea, and he loved it. He thought it was really cool, and that really just puts the ball in my court to fuck it up. Like, I have every opportunity. Like, it's good. Like, my concept is good, and now I just have to make sure I don't make it garbage. Like, just make sure it actually comes out okay. And yeah, it is definitely worth cutting out, like, you know, bad people from your life. I also now have, like, a tremendous amount of friends that just do not have time for me. Which is, like, you know, they're all solid people, but just like people that have a hard I guess it's different things. It's like I just thought that something slower would happen afterwards. I don't know why I did, but I thought that.
Everything's moving slow motion for me, so I can't fucking tell anything.
Slow motion's not so bad. Can you bring me?
It is if you can react to something fast.
Well, can you make the boss go in slow motion?
No.
Can you give him your
Everything is skipping frames.
Can I skip all the frames of non-invincibility and just be invincible all the time? You should teach your computer to do that. Just get rid of those non-iframes. Oh, out of that. I made a boo boo.
Yeah.
I should have mashed harder. I think I could have gotten it.
Gotta get him away from me.
I'll get him away from you?
Yeah, I have the sword on. I can't let it get the sword. Oh, God. Ooh, death.
I just choke a Ramarud pretty hard there. So excited to have this chapter like be good, but it's just like I don't have another. I usually heal like whenever because he's always attacking you. So.
Yeah. Like when I'm dodging away from him, it's probably a sign that you should like send it. Especially when it's screaming out.
I didn't hear you do that. I thought you were just yelling like, what the hell? I've had bad dating experiences, mainly the last one crazy. She was constantly glued to her phone. Dude, that is, yeah. Yeah, it's man, when people have really bad experiences with women, you can totally understand like where they would fall into just like hating them forever, because it is like safe. It's much safer. A girl can't break your heart if you hate all women, and that is a fact. Like, if you just, you will be safe from that one thing. It's not a good idea, like, overall. It's like,
I mean, you'll have to fuck guys, so
but they'll pretend to be girls for me. Anyway, I don't know if it's that I know more psychologically damaged people. I think I just have a good memory for them. I think, like, Adam Bartolome was right. I have a photographic memory.
I did not need, like, as many fucked up people as you have met.
Really? Maybe you just forgot that they. I don't know. Maybe.
No.
So
No, it's just you.
did I tell you about that?
It's just knowledge.
Did I tell you about that guy? That guy John, who had a history of dating like only people named John. And then I was like, well, what about that guy named? Sorry, I ruined the whole fucking story. I was like, what about what about Claire? Didn't he date someone named Claire? And it's like, oh no, Claire used to be named John. They're trans. They tried to get the surgery, but they're psychologically unstable. So they went to 7-Eleven, bought a bunch of ice, filled up their bathtub, and then
No.
and then posted on like Facebook or something. Ugh. Posted on I don't remember what they posted on Facebook. They posted something on Facebook. I don't like, it's not someone that I'm like, I would have been friends with back in the day, but they posted something to explain, some image of something to explain what had happened, or what they had not had happened, what they'd done. It didn't just happen. Someone made it happen, and it was them. How did I get hit by that punch? I disagree. That was ridiculous.
I'm leaving my reaction time here. The night is settling in on my fucking brain, and I'm so tired.
Oh, okay. We don't have to. If you don't want to play, we don't have to play. It's okay.
It's just irritating because, like, I don't like ending streams without making any progress.
It's like the joke with the Challenger Andy streams where he just like doesn't get anything done. He's just like he must have had like 12 streams where he's stuck in the cemetery. Oh, that was fucking cool. Okay. Oh, you like saved me from a tail whip. I was like, maybe I should cast a spell, but then I won't have enough to heal, and then I needed it, so I guess it was a cool decision. Alright. Well, don't worry. I will make progress in The Witcher.
We need to start playing this game when it's not, like, horrifically hot and also 1 a.m.
Wow, wow, wow. I can fix one of those things. Oh, well, I can kind of fix neither. All right, stream. Let me be right back.
Okay. Good night, and good night, stream.
Okay. And we're backy wacky. Although maybe I should do the be right back screen because I'm going to be changing games. Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me. I think I clicked it. The game, but the game's in front of the screen, so I don't know. See you in a second. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess Witcher 2, right? I've been messing around in Elden Ring with some of the mods. Just kind of entertaining. I found like a firebending thing, and I've just been like giving myself all the items so I can try out what they do. But that's gonna be more fun to play with Trisha, I think. So I'll do Witcher 2. Because like now there's a mod that you can play co-op without getting invaded. So it's like I can play the dumbest, shittiest build ever, and no invader will kill me. And like, you know, yeah, it'll be fun. So I can play like a faith character because faith characters are trash in that game. I mean, they're not bad if you do the dragon breath powers and stuff, but that's really a dragon character, not a faith. Like I like to make specific builds for specific spells because, you know, you get the whole like the progression. The progression's like different if you, yeah. Capture specific window, and then there's the Witcher 2. Badoom, and is it going to be gigantic? Probably. Because, like, you know, in the beginning of the game, you use, like, the low-level faith power if you're doing, like, a faith character, and then you get to experience the game at low levels using faith powers, and then you get the better ones and the better ones. But really, if you're playing a good faith character, you should immediately run to the Dragon Ruins, get teleported. Man, the delay is so crazy. All right, let me get you guys more than just the corner. Get teleported from the Dragon Burnt Ruins. Oh no, you have to get your horse first because it'd be a nightmare without it. And then gallop all the way. Where do you go? No, not there. You go to the Third Church of Marika, secret portal in the bushes. Grab. Now you get a blood loss weapon first, I think. Yeah. Get the mace, like, so get the horse, gallop down southeast till you find the wrecked caravan across a bridge with the beast people. Grab the mace, then pop over to that portal by the Third Church of Marika. Oh, controllers. No, definitely not. Why am I picking up a controller? And then get enough dragon souls to get yourself some starting spells, grab the rot breath, and use the rot breath for most of the game. And that's the strat. You don't need the like upgraded ones really. The breath is the best one, no point in experimenting, and then maybe you get a buff to buff your damage before you enter a fight. But then you end up just using good spells and not like having a super themed character, and that's no fun. I like to have more you like unique characters. So it's fun to have a faith character because then you can heal other people. And like, oh man, I'm gonna use the great bow that has the healing arrows. Toss a coin to your. You retracted it. The shame. I wonder if in the VOD, if it shows retracted message or not. Oh, you. So can you not edit your messages in chat? Oh, it's just remove. Ah. You know, Octopath Traveler, it looks kind of nice from the art. And I was always kind of curious if it was any good. And I've heard you guys talking about it, so I'm like, maybe if I want to ignore my backlog of turn-based isometric RPGs I've already bought and go get something new that I'll then probably ignore in my backlog, I could go get Octopath Traveler. Yeah, I thought you were just retracting it because you like looked at it and you're like, oh, that's not that funny. I could do better. It's like you're playing like Yu-Gi-Oh and you're like, no, you know what? I'm gonna take this card back. I didn't play that. I'm gonna do something different.
People of Vergen, we have a magical mist full of ghosts just outside our walls, so you'd better think twice before entering it. The mist, let the plague take it, threatens all manner of creatures. So anyone headed to the quarries or walking through the gullies should take exceptional heed. The squirrels that have made camp by the burnt huts are not our enemies, so says Saskia. And so it is. Master Geralt of Rivia and Sorceress Philippa Eilhart will deal with the mist and the wraiths. And now, open the gates and get to work.
Ooh, work.
Try anything.
Hey, you.
My pentacles intrigue you.
Ooh, yeah. I'd like to see some pentacles. Ooh.
I'm Felicia Corey, and you're Geralt of Rivia.
Actually, she only has one pentacle and it's on her belt.
I heard about you at school.
I want to see your belly button.
Whether you like it or not, you're a hero of contemporary history. And of the love stories we read beneath our blankets.
You studied at Arachusa.
Yes, but I'm still to finish my portion of fetish internship, which is why I'm here.
Fetish internship.
Help from a hero of our leaders? Now that's drawing on sources for real. I'd be grateful. The locals are reluctant to buy magic items, and I really need to pass.
Let's see what I can do.
I'll buy some magic. Wow, nice magic. A diagram of how to make oil and leather. I think I remember Brock being bad. Necrophage oil. What is the point of any of these oils? They only add 20%, they don't stack with whetstones, and whetstones give 20% to everything. It feels like I'm just using it to, like, LARP. What does this do? Limits loss of vigor when parrying. What? Who cares? What on earth? Thunderbolt. 20% more damage, and then you have half of your health, and you regenerate half as quickly. Actually, you regenerate not at all, because if it's 50% during combat, 50% in general, in combat you wouldn't regenerate, you'd only regenerate out of combat. It's a terrible potion. Wait, what is this? Yeah. Buy some of that. That's interesting if you're playing like a warrior character. Wait a second, it lowers your damage by 40% too? Boo. It lowers your magic pool and your damage? What am I going to do with this? Just scream and die? Ridiculous. wait a second. You play dice poker, don't you? Let's roll. Anyone ever played Gene Forge? That's another isometric RPG. That's like, honestly, it's so weird to say, but it honestly is like kind of an influence on my writing, because I read it when I was, I mean, I played it's, you know, there's all these walls of text every time you enter a room, and like the feeling of like, you know, like exploring an area and like entering a room, like how to get that to feel cool, I learned from that game, not from any book. Like I learned the feeling that I want to instill from that. The style, not necessarily, like I couldn't really like write a sentence in that style. I don't really remember it as much as I remember how I felt when I flipping through those pages. Not flipping, clicking through those pages. Oh, I won. Took all your money. What about you?
Repair armor, right? Right. You work just for your elves? Not just. You don't say much, do you? And they said you're grumpy.
I like to gamble. Take all your money. Ah! Went to a neighbor's birthday. Fun. So Gene Forge is a biopunk fantasy, which is quite rare, apparently, but I've never read a... fucky wucky ducky. I've never actually read a... It's probably gonna win this. I've never actually read a biopunk sci-fi story, so I don't actually... Boo. Didn't happen. But it was cool. It was a cool universe. They had these, like, instead of bows, they had thorn batons that they'd shoot thorns out of, like a wand, kind of. But it was like something like a gun, you know? It was a cool little universe. Like, the first game starts off where you're like an apprentice traveling from like point A to point B, and you're traveling on the back of this like big like sea serpent that has a big flat section on the back so you can stand on it. Because, you know, it's biopunk, so this race of mages all create life. They create monsters to fight for them. And so you play as like the Shaper is what they're called. And then no, it's not, the stream's not frozen, it's just suspense. Yeah.
At your service.
Oh, another traveller. From where? Wait, let me guess.
So many freckles.
Had it at the tip of my tongue. So, what brings you to Bergen? Wait, I know.
Business.
Just what I thought. And you're...
A witcher.
Well, we don't often see witches here. What do witches do anyway?
We solve problems.
Oh, I have a problem with my boyfriend.
Did you find his entrails strewn on the porch and his head a few paces away? Because those are the kind of problems I solve.
So rude. I love how this game is so dark fantasy that the food looks like complete fucking garbage. Like, this is an apple someone would try to sell you. Like, how dark does your fantasy universe have to be that that's the apple? Like, what the fuck is all moldy? That's the model that you were like, yeah, this is apples in this universe. They look like that. That's a cucumber. Someone would literally sell you a rotted fish head without the actual fish, and they would sell it to you for 11 gold pieces. Somehow even the potato looks sad. Everything is so dark and edgy. Alright, so those are the merchants, huh? Hey, any arm wrestling? Alright. That's the thing. I think mechs are super fucking cool, and I hope one day to write, you know, a sci-fi involving some amount of mechs. Like, I would want them to be present in the world for sure, because I think they're just a very cool sci-fi concept. But at the same time, I feel like a poser. Like, I feel like a mech poser, because I really think they're cool. But I feel like a casual, because I really didn't watch very much Gundam. Like, I don't even know what any of the characters were called. I just, like, saw half an episode here, half an episode there. What are they considering a messer? An elven messer? Because there's a really, really ugly messer in Elden Ring. I want to, like... Oh. Wow, it's, like, by his side instead. That's not really a messer, though. No, probably not. So a messer is constructed like a knife at the hilt. So a normal sword is like the blade extends all the way past where you hold it, and then they put a cap on the end, on top of to keep the grip on top of the thin part of the blade, called the tang. And a messer is two pieces of wood or antler or something pressed onto the sides of the tang. Usually with like holes, like nailing it in. My main character in the book I'm working on has a messer as part of his equipment. If I watch Gundam, watch the original series, and then Gundam The Origin. It's long, but it gives you a base for Gundam. Everything else takes place after that. So another continuity. Yeah, I saw Iron-Blooded Orphans, and then it was just like getting a little depressing, and I was like, why am I watching this? And, like, I was like, alright, I guess that character's okay. And it was a bunch of characters I didn't really care that much about, but then they're all dying, and I was like, man, there's no chance I'm gonna care about any of these guys. But what was the one you say? Let me... I don't know where... I wrote down someone's recommendation for something at some point. I don't know where the hell it went. Alright, let me... New page. What do we got? Outlaw Star. I'm in. Outlaw Star... Gundam. And... plus the... Origin. I'm in. Because, like, at some point I want to work on a sci-fi thing, and I want to have done my research into the different genres. You know, I don't want anything to be derivative, but I feel like people would probably respect the work less if I just didn't have my required reading done, you know? But... And I worry about being a bit of a generalist. Because, like, I have a lot of passion for a lot of different... Huh, that could be a good sword. Black Unicorn, it makes me regenerate. I like how I had to buy the diagram from him and then pay him to make it. Ridiculous. Damage bonus on signs? Ooh. How do you know how to make Draug armor before I defeat the Draug? That's from the boss in this area. Oathbreaker's armor? This is literally just all the same effects, but better than the, Oh, and it's a part of a set with the Black Unicorn? Virgin is the other sword? What does Virgin do for me? Instant kill and poison. You recommended Gunbuster before. Alright, let me write that down here. Yeah, I worry about kind of dipping into too many like genres. Because typically when I see an author that's done work in several genres, I kind of doubt their ability to do fantasy. So I worry that other people would doubt that about me. So... Okay. Some chi/key powers. Bio android. Okay. That sounds cool. I'm in. Something else I remember about Iron-Blooded Orphans was their battlefield tactics didn't quite track. Like, the things they were saying and how they were getting killed in the battle kind of didn't 100% line up with, like what I would... Like, if I was in charge, just from, like, playing strategy games, like, what I would say, and, like, knowing about, like, battles and things, what I would tell them to do wasn't what they did. And, like... I remember being a little confused at the decisions that they were making. I don't remember any specifics anymore, but... that also took me out of it. Because when someone makes a bad decision and then they... Well, when someone isn't aware of a very obvious solution and then they die, it kind of like takes you out of it. Like when they do that in horror movies, I'm always kind of distracted. So let's make myself a new sword, right? Because unicorn seems good. Better than this. Probably. Fancy chair. Fancy chair, and it's got a satyr on it. No, it's just a guy getting his haircut. Stupid. That's a well? You guys need to cover your wells, because there's definitely piss in there. Are you the guy? No, you're just the same character model.
Elias, of Yorvet's commando. I have an urgent matter. Tell me. Men from Bergen have been disappearing for some time. We recently found some of their corpses. So it doesn't seem to be desertion.
Ugh. Oh, the kids are all basically slaves with zero education. I guess that makes sense, but they're like military. Shouldn't they know like military tactics? Because I think I remember them just not retreating and being like, there's something weird with like, maybe it's a translation thing or maybe it's just like the writing in anime, but like retreating is really good. Like, people think of retreating as like you lose the battle, but like, what if you just walk backwards while shooting someone? And then they have to keep on getting closer to you while you're... like, if you have more range than someone else, because you have bigger guns, and they're mobile, and then you just start walking backwards, they have to get in past that line that's ever moving away from them in order to get in range with their guns. So, like, retreating can be, like, you know, turbo cancer as, like, a strategy. Like... For example, in Total War Warhammer, with the Wood Elves, you can increase your bow range, and then your elves can shoot while retreating, so they can, you know, basically turn into like, you know, sort of like a kind of like a not really Mongol. It wasn't really a Mongol strategy. It was more like a Scythian strategy. But yeah, they were cannon fodder. Man, how rich does your empire have to be that you can afford mechs for your cannon fodder? That's fucking cool. Imagine a universe where the poor fucking losers are given like mechs that are like you know, what do you call it? Like stamped guns. Like people talk about guns where they're made out of two stamped from metal sheets and they glue them together. Like the MP40 was that, and the Tommy gun was that. Oh no, was it Tommy? No, it wasn't Tommy gun. It was the grease gun, whatever that gun's called. Oh, hey guys.
Humans and elves.
We're gonna get some puss.
Where did you find the bodies?
In different places, mainly in the burnt village near the ravine that leads to the town.
I need to see the corpses.
They're all buried.
Where?
Beneath a mound in the forest behind Bergen, but you shouldn't go there.
Why not?
Desecrating graves is a serious offense. The families of the dead will be furious.
What state were the bodies in?
They look good. Nothing an elf would have done, nor a human.
I don't work for free.
You'll get your reward. Do well, and I may give you something more than coin. We're losing
Ooh,
good men.
hey. Fourth sex scene, Huh. You haven't seen enough anime fuckery to know that retreating is just for the bad guys and the weak-minded. That's interesting. You make Iron-Blooded Orphans seem like worth watching. Maybe I should. I don't know. Yeah, I need to go to the inn so I can destroy everyone in arm wrestling.
Another one. You let one view in and no time. I've had enough of flying women. Get up! Come on, pick a lad. Fancy taking on a door?
Yeah, let's arm wrestle. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, oh.
You're tough as my Hackam and steel. The prize money is yours.
I like that this guy can like stand having his helmet on all the time. Ah, Albrecht. Albrecht. Hey, Yarpin.
Geralt, sit down. We haven't yet celebrated your raid into the mist. Ah, sorry. Where are my mans? Sheldon Skaggs, veteran of the battles of Sodden and Brenna.
And all ends along the way.
You've already met Vergen's elder? Greetings.
Gentlemen, I'm not sure about you, but my throat's parched through all these drinks.
Funny, those were the first words out of your mouth.
Master Dandelion's right. A run for everyone! On me!
I need to find an immortelle first, or let's drink.
I thought you drink. The Sassia was poisoned. Time was of the essence. How can we help? Speak! Have you ever heard of a plan for redoing Immortal?
Off me. Depends on tight officers.
To tell the truth, I've no idea, Skaggs.
It's just a shame.
You're the only one using it.
Sorry, I should have waited to see what you guys said.
Witcher, the Immortelle. It appears most often near anthracite and aluminum silicate deposits.
Philip needs it to heal Sassia.
And they are curious, but there's mine nearby, and who knows?
You might find it underground. Let me lower the volume. I don't want it to echo into the mic too much. A little too quiet. Let me crank it a tiny bit.
Good, that's true. But it's long overdue a cleaning. We don't all the underground shit.
Not a month ago, miners started disappearing. Must have tapped the wrong vein and woken some scum from the deep. We wanted to send a crew of stout fellows in, but Saskia said she needs all the soldiers she can find up top, ready to defend the town. We closed the shaft, fearing the filth would emerge and overrun us all.
Looks like we arrived just in time. Hey, get up. So it seems. Let's go.
Right on. With this crew, we needn't fear any monster. How about you, Sheldon? You coming with us, huh? Stay around to get your fuck.
The transformation will come around in a hurry. Fucking can wait. I'm with you.
Let's meet at the mine's entrance.
Trying to get your fuck. Alright. Oh no, wait. First. Not that I'm gonna need it, but let me go get my storage. Is this my room? I think it's my room. Yes. Being serious, I think the problem is that the common perception of retreating in a battle for people is that of fleeing or abandoning the battle with any kind of without any kind of strategy or whatsoever. Yeah, I agree. Some... Yeah, Yeah, it's just like... It's so much more complicated than that. And I guess... You're kind of... When you write a story, you're sort of enslaved to certain preconceptions that the reader has. And those preconceptions can help you as long as they preconceive something to be... useful to you. So you want to describe someone as big and strong, you can say and let's say you're in a modern setting where this is unusual, right? You say they're a Viking, right? And that tells people they're big, blonde, muscular, etc. That's a preconception you get to benefit from. If you want to have an elf in a story, you can say an elven beauty and people get immediately, oh, very pretty, right? But when you have... I think it's pretty easy in a book to get retreating in there. Just because of how you approach it in the story. People will catch on quick. Because you could just describe it as before you even say retreat, you could have the character that's going to call the retreat think, we're having this problem. You spell it out to the reader where you're like, they're having this problem. They wouldn't be having this problem if they were back X distance. So they need to move back X distance. And then they call for a retreat, and you just very smoothly teach the reader retreating does that instead of whatever preconception they had for retreating. But because there's that one movie, but then again you have to kind of care to change that preconception. There's that one movie where it's like a comedy in space where they're like, never retreat, never surrender, whatever, and it's like both of those things are not very good. So never surrender, it depends. If you're fighting orcs, never surrender, yeah, right? Because the only fate for you is being eaten. But never retreat, I don't know, What if you're faster than them? What if you have cavalry and they are on foot and you have a bunch of bows, and you can like what is it called? Janissaries? Is it Janissaries? No, dragoons. If you have dragoons, right? Where that's with guns, right? But it's cavalry that had really big rifles, and they would gallop into place and then shoot, and then if they got approached, they would get on their horses and leave and go to a better spot and shoot again. Yeah, Galaxy Quest, that's the one. Yeah. Also, retreating if your infantry is already stuck into a melee, you can't just retreat because, you know, you'll take you're basically sentencing the people that are in the front lines, you're sentencing a certain portion of them to die by pulling out their support. So Gurren Lagann is the one with the spiral energy, right? Before I ever watched that show, someone showed me the final fight where the big robot thing, like grabs a galaxy in one hand, grabs a galaxy in the other hand, mushes it together, and then throws it. And it was so funny. That's all I really know about the show. I think Gurren Lagann is also the show where there's like that redhead with the Daisy Dukes and bikini top. I saw a cosplayer for that at Comic-Con, I remember, and like my friend was dating this girl that was not like nerdy at all, and she was pissed. She was like, don't look at don't look at her. She's like, you know, whore wants attention or whatever. It was like, wee. Cat goes row. Oh, that's right. I was gonna grab some runes. I wonder, can anyone sell me runes? Can you sell me runes? I don't think I have that many. Yeah, it should be in here. You have a troll tongue though, which is interesting. Let's see if I had. I think I looked for runes and didn't see them. New sword doesn't look cooler, but doesn't look worse. I like the new silver sword though. I don't know if all artillery is super mobile though. I'm sorry, I should read comments. I will be a good streamer boy. That's the first rule of artillery: fire and move. Don't just sit unless you're well defended. Yeah, but I feel like you should only set up your artillery in a good spot. But then again, that's more like modern warfare. I don't know. Do you even have artillery? And I guess like pike and shot, you have cannons, right? But that artillery is never mobile, basically. What was that, like Gustavus Adolphus probably figured out some mobile cannons, but we got Earth Rune, probably not going to use. Got a Yizgith Rune. I'll take the runes with me. They're not that heavy. But no, no moon rune. Okay. Bite his balls. Catapults? Guess it depends. I don't know that a catapult would be like that mobile though. Certain types, like an onager, could probably wheel it away, but you need to devote some. I guess it would be worth it to devote horses to it, but I honestly don't know about any kind of artillery or siege weapons getting used in like a medieval battle. I just kind of feel like it didn't happen. Can I make some money on arm wrestling real quick? Because like a trebuchet would be fucking impossible to pack and unpack. You know, assuming that trebuchets even got packed and unpacked, and I don't know that they did. Oh yeah. Free 35 gold?
You're tough as my Hackerman steel. The prize money is yours.
Wait. He gave me 10 orens. That piece of shit. I bet 35. What the fuck happened there? Oh, sorry. Not good enough for this guy.
Do what? You might even call me. Well, for example, some items like. Not sure I have any. Not to worry. I always take.
I'll need the Dun Banner thing for later. Oh wait, it did give me more gold. Just showed up as 10. What do I got here? Jack shit? Oh, I guess the 2 is fine to keep because he has a pair of 1s. See how this goes. I like the idea of trebuchets getting used in a battle because it just seems cool, but
I win.
did you? Or are you playing a Chronomancer? Oh, you know what? I want some caffeine and water.
Do I? I don't only play, I win.
I'll be right back.
And my winnings include a nice collection of mementos. See, history. That's what I find fascinating. You might even call me an aficionado. A collectioner. Which, well, for example, some items left by the Dun Banner. A wool coat I'm really proud of. Absolutely unique. I'm not sure I have anything to offer that relates to you. Not to worry. I always take coin if you lose. Win! You can choose from my collection.
I'm back, by the way. I don't, you know what, actually, Romans had kind of mobile artillery in, like, the Scorpion. And according to Rise, Son of Rome, it's fully automatic. It's pretty good.
Damn it! You win! The sword Princess Cynthia. Good enough? I'd say so. It's yours.
What?
If you'd like to roll again.
Yeah, I'll roll again after a quick save. And check out this sword. It's like almost better than what I just like crafted. It looks pretty. Not pretty enough though. Figure regeneration during combat is gonna be nice. Let me like stick this moon rune on the silver sword. Yeah, that'll be nice. Sign damage. Where is he? This guy? Because I need the dun banner thing you just mentioned for later, because the dun banner is like significant in the battle. I guess I gotta do this. Wow, 3 of a kind? What does he have? 2? Oh, he has a 3 of a kind, but in 5s. So, unless he gets something better, I win. But I could get something better too. Oh, I got a 4 of a kind now. Hell yeah. What you got for me, Scale and Burden?
Old corpse of a corporal of the Dundana. One of a kind. Truly sought after by collectors and
Asia had these weird gigantic bows they had to lay down and use their legs to pull. You know what? I feel like I...
Now that played and lost. That's it. I'm playing them all. No! I'm just not fucking playing them all.
Not getting mad. Well, that's probably smart not to play me anymore. I wonder what Dandelion has to say.
Good thing you're here, Carol. I'll rhyme for wonder. I know. But you have good ideas sometimes. Yonder. Good. Writing a sonnet for your new muse. Better than that. I'm composing an anthem for Bergen. Want to hear the first version? No. Listen. May those who dream of freedom arise, seeing the sight of liberty with their eyes. Let us go together, become our brother. The choice is yours, you know there's no other. How far shall we venture in this great wonder? Elf dwarf,
Okay.
like it?
I appreciate that he used a partial rhyme.
All right.
Actual rhyming is so blasé.
Is it my imagination, or have you become a propaganda mouthpiece? You know what I really like about this place? There is no rule. People are with Sasuke because they want to be, not because they have to or should be. You have a tendency to go from one extreme to the other. And you have a tendency to shit on every idea, even the most noble. I try to take an objective view of the world. Yet you joined us. You have, haven't you? I'm on Bergen's side. This time. Don't want to commit, eh? Well, Bergen isn't some war you can just screw and forget. I just want to be sure that Bergen doesn't end up screwing me. Let me see if I understand your position correctly. Kiss my right cheek, kiss my left cheek. Just don't kiss me on my butthole. Whenever I see that stupid and spark in your eyes, I just know that all your eyes have some swamp very soon. Oh, screw you and elf. Lots of humans, dwarves, even elves around you would follow me into fire. You're right about that.
Yeah. Dandelion. Seems like they do an okay job of recreating him in this game. Oh yes, it is a lesbomancy game, and we're on the right side of the conflict to get the lesbomancy scene. Look at us. Oh, I didn't arm wrestle enough people. Ah, that's okay. We'll go fight the stuff. Map. So this way. Oh, item, loot, loot, loot. Okay. More loot. Hey, boys. Hi. Yeah. I don't remember him too much from the third game. I don't know how they do there. Ah, yes. Whatever dwarven deity this is. You see that face? My god. I was just laughing at the ketchup guy. Who so somebody said their vision of what the ketchup guy looks like is the dwarven like woman statue. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Sorry guys. Lost. They all left the human, just ran off to the mine like a human's supposed to know where a dwarven mine is. They're like, hi ho, off to work we go. Dun, 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 dun. And here I am, just being lost. Oh, I found it. Okay. Do we have loot? Loot senses. Ooh, tingling. Let's not over encumber myself before the. Oh, but what's this? Now, do you think there's a higher chance of him fucking up his sword by just scraping it like that compared to actually getting the edge? Like, just not laying it down and, like... Yeah, I feel like he's just fucking up his sword. You wet your wick recently, Witcher? Are we gonna fucking do this, guys? What are you doing? Talk to the alderman, Cecil Burton? Who the fuck is that?
Open the shafts, guys. If you kill off those monsters, the whole of Vergum will be grateful. Sure, some coin will be found. We'll keep that in mind. So, Sheldon, open the shaft here. Keep your pension aside. You can't just plow forward all the time.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Everybody's so horny. Dandelion's talking about his butthole and stuff. And this guy's like, I'm gonna fuck a mine. That reminds me of like a... I think I've mentioned before the vampires in film class that I took. Where everything was a phallic object, an Oedipus complex, or a womb metaphor. So like the end of one of the Dracula movies, he goes outside and the sun is like very bright and they show a shot of him like looking at the sun, and then they're like, oh, obviously that's a womb metaphor. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it's so like every time you walk outdoors you're just being born again. But in this case it might be. Ah, fucky wucky. Alright. Am I dead? Cool. Suspense? Extra suspense? When I come out of this lag, I'm gonna drop an ARD like you've never seen before. Also, I see that it says 2 seconds there. Is that bleeding? Am I bleeding for 2 seconds? Does that mean I'm dead? Ome wo shinderu. What are we thinking? We thinking the game's gonna crash? Oh. So that guy didn't kill me. but that 1 second of the duration, is that it? What is happening? Why the fuck did my game, like, just die on me? For Christ's sakes. Are you watching some XXX Dracula? No, the Dracula movie we were watching was, it's the one where Count Dooku is Dracula. Fuck, what the hell is it? Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee is the, let's drink some potions. I promised myself I was going to do more potions. Alright, let's do Cat. It's underground. That makes sense. Yeah, let's do more damage bonus on science and see what that goes, if that does anything. And I'm curious if this one does anything. Probably. Oh fuck! I'm poisoning myself. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure this does nothing. So I'll just. Oh no. Let's just do that. He drinks and just litters. Throws a really expensive, nice glass container. And it's so strong it doesn't even break. Yeah, it was just a Dracula movie where Christopher Lee is Dracula, and it's just after the fight he walks outside and it's sunny, and like obviously it's not a womb metaphor. It's just like the sun's out, and it's like a relief where they're like yeah, we beat Dracula, now we're safe because the sun is there. And it's like, it's just a contrast from like the dark fight or whatever. It's not like, yes, I strangled my twin inside of my mother and now I will be born. Okay. That was wonky. Oh, they explode. How did he get back up? I've seen that like a bunch of times. Is that a consistent thing for these guys? Knockdowns? They're just like, no? Oh. He did a lot of Dracula movies? Really? Is that why everybody associates him with Dracula? I didn't know that. Maybe I should go find a good one. Oh man, there was one scene in that movie where like where he just like pops up behind like he just like it was actually kind of scary, but it was also kind of funny when you think about it. They just have this long consistent shot where they're having this conversation, and then in the background fucking Dracula is like sneaking past, and then they notice him like right as soon as you process that it's Dracula, and they're like, oh shit, and then he locks them in the basement. It was so good. It's like it was scary. Like the effect they were going for really did work, but it's also a little funny too. It's like a little bit of both. Yeah, they had us, Oh, God. Sorry, I was reading chat. I think Cat kind of ruins the, They just, like, immediately become standing. Basically, someone was relating the movie to whatever woke thing it wanted. Yeah. It. I think the people with you in that class eventually went on to make YouTube video essays comparing aliens to the Vietnam War. Yeah, maybe. That seems a lot more industrious than I think they were really gonna... Who's Vincent Price? That sounds so familiar. Maybe I'm just thinking the Call of Duty guy. But yeah, oh god, that class was... It was a good class. The teacher was good and everything, but my god. Everybody in the class was so fucking dumb. It was one of the few non-woke professors, so it was like, you know, it's like the best experience you could hope for. Man, what is this shit? It's like... No, I'm just gonna get blasted. I'm a full mage. You know what? Dwarves meeting my projectiles. Yeah, pop. That was like a little bit of a retro horror movie moment there, where he got frozen in the thing before the explosion. Like he had his arms out and then he stopped for a second and then exploded. Feels very like retro movie effects. But yeah, I don't know if anyone's seen Blackula, but we watched Blackula in that class. And there's some scene where this guy, I think he says "Yo, Danny," but I thought he said "Yo, Daddy," and he goes "Yo, Danny." Like, I think he's saying Danny, but in retrospect, it was probably Danny. But it could have been Daddy. You know what? New timeline. He says Daddy. He says, "Yo, Daddy, check out that fag," which is like a hilarious line to hear in a movie. And everyone in the class, that was their, like, everyone goes around and says their, like, one feel from the movie. And they were like, everybody was like, I was literally shaking. Like, everybody was so upset about that. It's like, guys, you're watching Blackula. Like, maybe don't take things that seriously. I'm thinking cat was a mistake. This looks terrible. Oh god. And I also can't tell what's a dwarf and what's a... How did I get hit through the dwarf? What are these dwarves even good for? I'm gonna wait out the rest of this potion. This is terrible. Edward Scissorhands, he's the guy who made Edward? Oh, like a prop guy? Interesting. It's a metaphor for waking up with a hangover? Oh, the walking outside and it's sunny and it's too bright? Yeah. I would not recommend Blackula. Is is kind of bad, but that's kind of, I guess, sort of the point. Like, it wouldn't be, because if you make it kind of bad, then it's more funny. But then if it's just like, you know, if you take it too seriously, then like you're more accountable for like being not amazing. But the most entertaining part of that movie was someone saying fag and then like my whole class being very, very upset. They were literally shaking. Trembling, quivering. It was just everyone went around and tried to come up with a creative way of saying how it affected them and like how they were like very upset by it. And you could tell it was like kind of like a workshop. If you've ever been in a writing workshop where someone would take someone's like reason why it was so traumatic. Like someone would already say the idea they had for why they were so upset. And then they had to come up with a new reason why they were so upset. And so you could see people kind of like twisting in their seats, trying to come up with like a reason or like a unique perspective on why that one line was so upsetting in the movie. But yeah, literally everything in that class was phallic objects. There was a scene where someone has a chalice, and then this girl was like, it's obviously a phallic object. And I don't understand how a chalice could be a phallic object. Like, in iconography, it's supposed to symbolize, like, a vagina. So, like, even on that symbolic level, it doesn't make any sense. But, like, if something's a phallic object, I expect it to be penis-shaped. And if it can't be, and if you still want it to be phallic, and it's not penis-shaped, the bare minimum you could do for me, if you want to make that claim, is at least has to be jammable. You have to be able to jam it up your ass. And you know what? I don't think a chalice is going up. It was like an ornate jeweled chalice. This wasn't like an egg on a stick with like a little hole for like water to go in. Like, the symbol of the chalice, by the way, in a vampire movie is that blood is kind of like wine, like, or wine is like it's the same color. That's it. That's what was going on. Also, I think there was actual blood in the chalice, so you know, you don't have to go that deep. It's you know, vampires' blood. They drink blood. That's what was happening. He was being offered a chalice with blood. It just really not, you know. Now, the actor in Edward Scissorhands who initially created him or whatever, it's Vincent Price, the old dude. Oh. I don't know if... I think I've only seen the end of Edward Scissorhands, and I've seen 1,000 emo girls with it on their shirt. That was like a super... collapse tunnel. Just left click to collapse tunnel. Is that a bomb? Oh. Okay. What if I was just standing too close and just died? They're just like, yep, that should do it. It's like, what did I just do? Killed myself? Oh, hi. Okay. Should I be using fire on these guys? Because it seems like art is very buggy on these guys. Oh, this is where I came from? Okay, we're going back. Going back. Let me in. Is there actual blue rock in here? Or is this just like... Okay, is there a map? Oh, no. I am not a... You know, I'm just thinking, I did not save. I take it back, art was better. Especially when I used it, like, more conservatively. You know what, after seeing that, maybe I should go back to Igni. I just don't even want to get involved in that. It just seems like a bad idea. There we go. Yeah, eventually I should make videos for my channel. I think I want to do the the first thing I want to do, or the next thing I want to do is I want to my friend John had this class. Oh man, it's such a saga. He got sick, so he couldn't. I got sick, and then he got sick, and so we haven't gotten a time nailed down to talk about it. But he had this class. It was like a government class, and he, you know, a liberal arts school is a liberal arts school, right? And so they do a simulation where everyone is going to control a country and then like pick really great policies for good stuff, right? You know, make the countries good. But the simulation program that they're using, he's actually used before a couple times because he's such a 4X, like he's such a nerd for 4X games. Like he plays them all the time. That's his like primary genre is, you know, what's that? God, it's just like an intense autism injection. What is that game called? It's like Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings. He's like, he puts all their kids through college. Come on, guys. Why are we doing this? Why do you do this to me? Why? Why? No, don't run towards me. Get away from me. You fucking dwarves. God damn it. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. Okay. Thank you. Let me save more often in case I get trapped by dwarves. Anyway, he plays 4X games all the time. You know, all that shit. Stellaris and Crusader Kings and you know, whatever, yeah, all that stuff. But then his class also, I should say he's conservative. And his class is all like very, you know, not. And they don't like him. And he doesn't like them. And so we've got a good game about to start. You know, I can't do the story any justice, but essentially he just like he just like he like takes like he just to like set the I need to sit him down and like interview him about it and have him kind of tell me the story. So, and I want to make a video out of it. Maybe we'll put it on both our channels. It'd be so great. So yeah, the nuclear thing. They there's so many details. It's definitely going to be better in a more like long form the format, but he formed they were all trying to make like green treaties for like environmentalism and stuff, and he forced them to make the pieces of a nuclear bomb, or else they would violate their own green treaty because of the changes he asked for in the treaty. So they had to make him nuclear like he had almost every country make the nukes that he was going to use on them, because if they wouldn't, he would go to war with them. Or there would be some kind of economic sanction or something like that. I can't, you know what? I don't remember all the details. It's best to leave that to him. But like essentially, the start of the class, he goes to lunch with his group and he's lucked out, right? He's really lucked out. He's got all these sports bros who don't care at all, right? That's his whole group. Sports bros who don't give a fuck. And I think you could choose your own groups, and he saw them and he was like, this is going to be easy. He like knew he could, and so he like sits him down and he's like, listen, I do this for fun. Give me all your passwords and I'll get you all an A, okay? And they're all like, yeah, sure, all right, whatever, man. And they give him all his passwords. And instantly he's become the dictator. Like, he has... Like, as soon as the game started, he secured absolute power. He doesn't need to ask his treasurer for permission. He doesn't have to ask any... He is the only one controlling the country, and he is so much better at 4X games than anyone else in the simulation. And he just, like... He did all this goofy shit. Like, he made a video in some, like... There's some kind of flag creator thing where you can have some website where it'll make a blowing flag. So he created a video of the blowing flag with like some symbol he just like cocked up to be the symbol of his country, and then he got some random like Romanian like patriotic song, and he's like, this is like, you know, just some like random Eastern European country, and he's like, this is the national anthem of my country, and he emailed it to the whole class in like a and then he went to war at one point. He edited together some like war footage from like just random wars. It's like all like propaganda footage from random countries where they're just firing cannons and maneuvering lots and lots of troops and shooting tanks and stuff. And he was just like, he just sent that out to everybody. He's like, oh, this is footage from the front. And he has this like dramatic music playing. And meanwhile, if your country gets destroyed, you fail the assignment, and the assignment is the final. So he sends that out to the people he's about to fucking fail. He's going to lower their grade in the class, and he's like sending out a video where he's like footage from the front, bum, 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 like, and they're just like seething. But meanwhile, these are the people who would like try to like, you know, like call people or whatever. Like, there were like, meanwhile the whole game they were like certain people were like trying to screw him over. They're trying to get the whole class united to you know, ruin his group's grade and whatever, because they didn't like him, and like they were trying to fuck him over, and like they hated him outside the game. Like, it was just play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and they won a stupid prize, which was getting failed. I remember walking around with him and like getting lunch with him and stuff between classes, and having him just come out of the class and having people like point at him and whisper things, like walk across a room and there would be people that would be like, over encumbered? No fair. I want all the things. Alright, it's probably not that worth it. Oops. I don't think anyone did anything too serious in that class, but like, I wouldn't have put it past them. He taught them a lesson. Let me tell you. It's a really good story, and I do not know all the details to tell it myself. And that's what I want to. I want to do that as like my first video. Or I already have like a video or two. Like, I have about my last book. I did like a reading that's not very good, but you know, I'm a writer, not a reader, right? Oh fuck. But yeah, I want to tell some stories for my channel, because like I don't want to do writing advice. I think writing advice is dumb. I don't know. Whenever I watch writing advice videos, I always just like don't feel good afterwards. I always like feel like just anxious or like worried that I'm writing wrong or something. So I don't want to make that content. What I do want to make is like stories. I like telling stories. And I think maybe like some like kind of mindless sort of like fun, not mindless, but like sort of like casual content. Like, man, there's too much stuff. Why don't you dwarves take all this stuff that I'm stealing from your cave? Alright, so timber is pretty rare that you need it, right? So let me drop my timber. I have 83 iron ore. I kind of want it all. I feel like I would do pretty badly if I was like escaping from Tenochtitlan. I can't throw out all the... Probably don't need that much iron. Hammer. Man, elves make really heavy swords. Could you imagine using a 6-pound sword? It's not impossible, but fuck, that'd be heavy. For reference, like a longsword, like a two-handed longsword, starts to feel... It starts to feel clunky at like 4 pounds. It's like... is it like 2.5 is like... No, 2.5 seems pretty light. I think like 3.5 pounds is like a nice weight. But like, I think a 6-pound sword would be fucking awful to swing. That's another preconception you have to like... I was talking about preconceptions earlier. Like with swords and whatever. It's very... Like, long swords are so fast. Like if you watch longsword like tournaments and stuff, you cannot really see who won until you see the replay. They're so fast. It's just like you don't even have to swing your whole arm. You're just like whipping this like thing around. Like whenever you see lightsaber fights, they're always like swinging these really wide swings. But if you were really gonna fuck someone up with a lightsaber, you just like whip it. Like just, you know, you just move your wrists a little bit and you're like dead. Going back to medieval tactics, don't read Ubel Blatt manga. Let me write that down. Is it so bad that it would make me mad? Like I couldn't handle God, what was that called? What was it? It was like it was A, starts with an A. Arslan? Was it Arslan? Arslan something? The Legend of Arslan, was that it? It just like, I don't know if it was battle tactics or just like general like logic just was lacking in that show, but it was like they have this big cavalry charge into the mist and then they've just dug like a massive gaping pit in the ground, and all the cavalry just like falls into the pit and dies, and then that's like how the evil people get the upper hand. Oh, yeah, they united against him. He just fucking destroyed them. Like, he destroyed them. There's so many, like, chapters to this. He, like, did all this economic stuff to, like, screw them over. He went to war with, like, all of them at the same time and won. Yeah, that simulation did not go well for them. There was nothing they could do. Like, there was, yeah, they... First of all the other groups have to like consult with each other and like get the other person to like log in and do stuff and whatever. And there was another group. One of the groups didn't care. One of the groups thought it was funny. It was like, you know, he wasn't on either side. He was just like some like skater bro who was just like, what's up? Like he just like nice national anthem, dude. Like, he just like didn't care. He just thought it was funny, and he was the president of one of the countries, and that group just didn't give a shit. They just like stayed out of it. Like, he was like, hey, I kind of need some plutonium. You got any? And he's like, whatever, man. Like, he just kind of let him do what he wanted, and my friend was like, he was fine to him. But yeah, it's such a good story. I want to make that. I think I want to do two types of content. Like, just like sort of like the like Reddit videos that I like, the Ammo the Asshole videos. I just really like discussing stuff. I don't know if I would like a podcast that just kind of doesn't have a point where people just talk. I don't really like. Not that I listen to them, but I don't like doing those. I've like, yeah, I need like an actual question to be like debated or something. Like, sometimes I like it when there's like, Jesus, get me out of here. When it's like a debate between like one thing and the other, I kind of enjoy those. Especially when it's the most pointless stuff. Like when it really doesn't matter and no one's gonna get upset either way, and it's just kind of funny. I like those. Like, me and Trisha made a video that was like terrible, that like for my channel, that like I might edit, or I might just to have another run at it. But it was just like called Bad Matchup was what I called it. It was just you pick a bunch. Oh, I've already been here because everything's lit. Oh, but there's a door that we have to open. Right. Damn, you're ugly. And we just you just pick like random characters and you debate who would win. But like so you fill up a roster of like random characters, and then you take turns like picking characters that would go on your like. You together you choose random characters to be in a pool, and then you alternate choosing who would be on each of your rosters, and then that, you know, and then you pick and counter pick each other. So like if someone picks something like, so like I remember I had like Littlefoot, and I forget what. I don't know. I ended up with like Littlefoot, and then like, cause I picked mainly like really shitty characters. I don't know. It was like, yeah, it was kind of goofy and kind of to make it. Yeah, I would probably need a lot of editing or whatever. But I think kind of stupid content like that, that's kind of just like sort of fun and like mildly interesting. I want to do, and then seeing into the other dimension. And then telling stories. So maybe the ketchup guy story. And for sure the story with my friend. That was so funny. Oh, I was thinking I could like blast his exploding body away, but didn't happen that way. So I've already been here. I'm just like stuck in an infinite loop of like wandering around this cave, aren't I? Yeah, I think the skater bro did know it was coming. If you went against him, he just had a good judge of like who not to fuck with. He is, because, dude, my friend has played way too many 4X games. He has a YouTube channel now where he, I'm not sure if, yeah, he has a YouTube channel now where he plays like grand campaigns where he goes like one 4X game that's in one time period, and then he goes to the next one, and then he like tells it like a historian. Like he turns it into like he used to turn it into like a history book. Like he'd write it down like a chronicle, and now he turns it into YouTube videos. And he has a YouTube channel where he tells these chronicles of these different campaigns like a historian. So that guy is the guy that the whole class thinks they can like defeat in a 4X game, they're out of their mind. They were, it was over from the start. Like whatever he wanted to do, they were gonna get destroyed by it. Like it was. The only way he could have lost is if he had someone in his group that wanted the whole group to lose and was actively sabotaging it. Like a treasurer who wouldn't give him money for any kind of anything. I don't know where to go. Maybe, okay, maybe this is the right way, because it's dark. It might have already been this way, but I don't know. Oh, do you want to see his channel? I can't. I watch the videos occasionally, but like every time I start watching them, I'm like, man, I should learn about like actual history. He makes good videos though. Yeah, I think it'll be so fun to just like relive that story. I just want to talk about that. Like the making of the video is going to be fun cuz I just fucking love that story. Like all the shit that like I was put through by people like that to just hear them get their comeuppance is very, very amusing. And like just the different things that the different tricky things that he did, and the different like maneuverings and stuff, just my god, making them build their nukes for him. It's like what's the Trump thing where it's like we're gonna build a wall and like they're gonna build a nuke and they're gonna give it we're gonna build a nuke and we're gonna have every country we're gonna have every other country bordering us build them for us. And it was like not like just how the game works, like it's completely obvious that he's building nuclear bombs. Like it wasn't like, oh, this is for my like this is like I think I don't remember. You know what, I shouldn't talk about it anymore. I'll save it for the whenever that happens. But I want to tell that story. Maybe the ketchup guy story. I think the problem with the ketchup guy story is I worry that I sound mean because people that don't like, I had to either really like give the background on the ketchup guy, or else it just sounds mean because, you know, oh, trap that I'm resetting. I was gonna light the. Okay, is this just a whole hallway of traps? All right, well, fuck it. I can't take damage from this anyway. Just like, dick docks. A whole mine full of loot I can't take with me. Wait, this can't be the way I've come because I would have run over all these traps. God damn it. Okay. Alright. Very cool. God damn it. Piece of shit. Oh my god. The Lord of the Rings references. Balin's Journal. Very cute. They had this whole sequence before, like yesterday, where they were like, "Oh, we need a something this or you know what we could use one of the 20 rings of power," and then they're like, "Oh," they read out the whole like "in the darkness bind them" like quote, and it's like, is anyone like playing this game think like, "Oh, what a cute cameo! Oh, they snuck in a funny joke!" Ho ho ho. It's like, I don't even know if that isn't plagiarism. Like, can you just have an actual line from another book? When I was writing Treading Water, there's a scene where he's kind of like the male lead is like kind of questioning, like, sort of, if guys are like even attractive. Like, he's just kind of that sort of level of like self-esteem. And the female lead is like sort of emo-y, kind of like diet goth sort of thing, sort of mix of a few different sorts of things. And so I was originally had her quote, there's a Good Charlotte song which is, it goes like, girls don't like boys, girls like cars and money. And then I had that in there, and then I was like, I should probably rewrite this. So I made it like a different song that she sings. Like, I just made up a song, just like, it's the same gist, and like if you've heard the original song, you'd get it. I can't quite remember what I did, but I avoided it because I'd heard of lawsuits with like sus. I'd heard of lawsuits with song lyrics, and I was like not quite sure how the law worked. My editor was supposed to be a copyright lawyer, but I have a decent number of friends that are a bit bad at getting things done. And also no, don't trap me here. Just bad at getting things done, and also just like not disappearing into like a depression coma for several months. So they're too far away for me just to like bust down their door. Could have sworn there was more silver. Okay. Wait, can I get out over here? Is this connected? Shortcut? Walkie walkie. There are people who would defend Chris Chan. Oh man, so I shouldn't worry about offending people. Also, side note, I with like learning about history, I am always doing more history research, and just like, because fantasy is essentially constructed of history stuff, so I'm always like looking into as much like European history as I can get my hands on. I'm like subscribed to all the, classic suspects for fantasy stuff. Oh, there is no map. Oh, the map though. There is a map. Ah. So how does this work? Do I go around here? And then I make the first left. I'm always like looking for more history stuff. It's always like, you always have to be careful not to run into like, a channel that's like super like woke or whatever, because there's all this stuff. Medallion's telling you something? Should I do the thing? Their boss fight? Should I not step in puddles? Yeah, there's all this like weird woke history where like Romans are black, Romans didn't exist. There was like, someone was in a history class at my school and was like appalled at like the horrors the horrors of what... Oh, so that's what that card is. Why won't you do the fucking spell? Oh no, God, no. Oh God, when did I save? Jesus Christ. Oh God, no. Ugh. They were like appalled at the horrors of like what Vikings did, and they were reading out this like historical document. Not a historical document. It's like a secondary source of some insane person. Like, just like essentially just writing like some crazy, like deranged, like rape fetish stuff. Just like, oh no, I have to go do this again. Fucking Christ. I don't even know where I went to get that stuff. Yeah, it was super crazy, and it like made no sense. It was like, oh yeah, it was like very normal for them to like bang on their shield so that their victims' screams couldn't be heard. And it was like, wait a second, if this is like a normal ritual that was done regularly, why would who's like, if this is done by the officials of the society, why would that be necessary? Why would they get in trouble for it then? Who are they hiding from? Time travelers? Okay. No, fuck. What am I supposed to do there? So, have to be a little cautious with like your sources on history stuff, because some people have like, their intent is not to teach me cool stuff that I can put into a fantasy novel, but to kind of just like try and beat down people that think the history is cool. Which is unfortunate. But I am cautious not to get bad sources for information. Oh man, I got a key for some other place. God. Quick save. Always save. Oh. Oh, scroll up for an example, Fastbridge. Sorry. Watching chat. Scroll up for an example. Author seems to think siege towers are purely for getting an archery vantage point. Random no-name bad guy caves in a helmet with his fist and gets killed later. You know, siege towers being used for archers, that's not... That author wouldn't be the first person to think that that's what they were for, but I would say that that is definitely... that is iffy. Definitely iffy. You've shown someone a video of someone doing a thing and they still just like don't believe it. There was one of my brother's friends, my computer is like hooked up to the TV, right? And they were using the TV to like watch something or whatever, but they left it paused with white text on a black background, which is a no-no. That will burn in. And my brother's friend is like, no, that only happens on plasma screen TVs, and this is an LCD, and it's different, and it can't burn in. And I'm like pointing to the TV, and I was like, look, it is burned into the screen. You did that. And he's like, no, that can't. You know that can't happen, right? That's only on plasma screens. So I was like, look at it. And he looks at it, and he's like, yeah, but it can't happen. It's like, oh, okay. Fantastic. You know. Ah, key. I think you're supposed to disarm the traps in some parts to pass. I think no. They don't do any damage. It's literally just to make me mad. It must have been a thing where people were having as much trouble deciding, because like I don't see a prompt show up. Like, I don't know, can I slow walk up to them? It's just like making me a grumpoo. Alright, so I got something from that guy. Where the fuck was the... Let me quick save. Is there a door down here? Oh, God. No, it's a door down here. Okay, so we quick save now, so I don't have to do this 7 more times. Yeah. Let me beat up this pussy. Dwarves are blocking my shots. I can't get in without Ard, but they're just like... I should have that cleave power, right? But... Damn it.
Seems it was the last one. Let's grab what we need and get out of here. How are things, Geralt?
Just like how just like what's up in the middle of the dungeon. Yeah, recently I've come across a bunch of antiquity information that was super interesting, but I'm not going to be working on like anything like that for a long time. I have like little like notes of ideas and stuff, you know, for a bunch of different stuff, but I got to do a bunch more reading before I really have any right to write anything. Oh, can I get away from this in time? Before I write it, like I have to read the Odyssey, and I have to like just, you know, I have a bunch of reading I would want to do before I do any kind of antiquity thing. And I think the next thing I'm gonna write, doing fantasy now, right? Editing fantasy. But once I'm done editing fantasy, I'm gonna start writing. Occasionally, you know, I'll get inspired and I'll just like write down a chapter. But I'm gonna after I'm done, I'm gonna editing. I'm gonna like full speed ahead on a apocalyptic story, because I just like the story just seems really put together. Like it just seems like I feel like the outline is pretty solid and it'll just be a solid story. Whereas like some of the other projects, like I want to do like a fantasy series, and I feel like the lore and stuff is just sort of, yeah, return to the surface, definitely. Just like kind of just needs more figuring out, and it'll take longer to write, and I kind of want to get
First, I want to see if a update's still
your fuck date. After Treading Water took like 2 years, I want to have a couple books in my repertoire, so I want to yeah, so I want to work on some shorter books first, and like the apocalyptic story is like sort of short, but not, you know, it'll be like a novel, but not like a series, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to. I'm already over encumbered. What's the worst going to happen? All right, let's read my map. Slowly waddle. I can't read the map. Slowly waddle my way to a merchant. Talk to you guys. Yeah. Yeah, really excited for the book though. It's exciting to have it to see it so close to being done. There's like a few things I want to go back and like add here and there. Just to give people a better sort of descriptions of this and that. Just a little bit of, well, maybe a lot of editing, I don't know. But the story doesn't feel, it doesn't feel as hard. Like, it doesn't feel as like in need of changing and stuff as Treading Water was. Treading Water took me kind of less than a year to write and over a year to edit by like a decent margin. So this one doesn't seem like it's quite as bad, but yeah. And for like YouTube stuff, like I said, Ketchup Guy story is probably solid. I know a couple good stories. Oh my god, maybe I can make a video out of the salad story. Probably hang on to this princess's sword. Whoop. Put that in my storage. Oh wait, there's a merchant. There's more stuff I can sell, right? Probably like mutagens, right? That seems intriguing. But these aren't greater mutagens, so I don't want to waste this slot if I can't pull stuff out. You know what? I'll just hoard all this stuff. And buy another moon rune. Wow. Sounds a good plan. Ah, look at that. Fast speed. In the end, did we meet the elf woman we saved? Did we save an elf woman? I don't remember saving an elf woman. There was a few burning in the that one building. But you don't meet them afterwards. I think it's just kind of because they kind of leave it as few strings attached, so you can kind of have people choose either thing and not feel like they're missing anything, or not have to do extra work rather. Somehow I can't use the mouse. Space. Okay. There we go. And let me get my moon rune back. Oh. I'll get all the runes actually, because I could use those. Put them on my Shorge. I should throw knives. I'm gonna throw knives. I promise. Throw them. I'll actually use items. Bulvor trophy. Guess I'll store that. I should have been throwing bombs. I guess grape shot. I had 10, so I guess grape shot is what collapses the tunnel. Good to know. Gotta keep lots of grape shot on you, I suppose. In case you need it for a quest. At the end of one chapter, yes, one of them leads to Segs. Gotcha. You'll have to... Ooh, talk to Philippa at her home. Is that lesbomancy? Hmm? Hmm? Yeah, I feel like some like good chill content is something that it's something that I consume quite a bit, and so I figure I should like put some back out into the world. Those like Reddit videos I made with Trisha were super fun to make. And I'm betting it'll be super fun to talk to my friend about that story. That could be fun, maybe like interviewing people about a story. I don't know. Yeah, sure, let's arm wrestle. A lot of people aren't like super good storytellers, so you kind of have to do some editing magic and... Ah, no, come on.
Let me tell you about fell from the sky. It's very unusual.
So what's this Cynthia quest? Apparently that's something to do with the extended edition. Because I played through the game as they were adding free content, and I kind of beat it before I used some of it. Like, I think I was through the whole game before I got the haircut thing. Or no, the haircut thing came out pretty soon after. There's a couple quests that I just like missed because I already beat the game, and then I think I might have got them on my next playthrough or something. Managed to stay in shape. We don't gamble. Just for fun. Zoltan Shiva. I don't know where Cynthia is. That is the rudest shit you could fucking say to somebody. Oh, this is just random arm wrestling. I'm not making money. There's like 2 people I was supposed to beat before the guy I won the cloak and the sword from would... Let's see... Wait, is this guy arm wrestle? So do I have to beat this guy and then and Yarpin and then I'm good? Maybe.
You're the little dwarf with blood in your family. I'll tell you when I get my memory back.
Such like rude shit.
Let me tell you.
I don't see him. I thought he had red shirt and red beard with 3 knots. Could that be him? This one? Can't be sitting at the table, right? Not that guy. This guy? Huh. Sure. Oh man, I can bet less now. Oh no, it's a different guy. Yeah, but the whole thing with siege towers being used to get archers, used to get archers in range for a battle, it's not unfounded. Like, I know there are people that thought that, but in an open battle, it's kind of ridiculous. I don't know. I think it was used. Like, it did happen, but I don't know. That's got to be such a fucking rough job. And like how good is that vantage point really? Like how valuable is that? I don't think very. Not worth like what you'd have to. How much effort you'd have to put into getting the tower into position, and then like anyone could just, you know, reposition to not be by the tower. Like you'd have to, yeah. Oh, notice board. Harpy contract, closure of the mines. Baltimore considered dead. Criminal inquiries of the mystery of the murders among young males. Harpy Queen. Okay. Alright, let's see. We can level up, can't we? Got 2 level ups. Alright. So I got Whirl, and I guess I should get a 2nd rank of Whirl so I hit everybody around me. That sounds useful. Now, let's go down the alchemy tree. Let's do it. Bomb damage. No. No, we'll do this one. Vitality and potion duration. Yeah. Do a nice, well-balanced character. Look at me not min-maxing for once. You guys proud of me? I guess you don't know how much I min-max in games. But I like really specialized characters. There's definitely a balance to do with those. You don't want every single character to end up like, was it Megumi in Konosuba? Although that's a great character. That is me in yeah. I identify as Megumi. That's an accurate representation of me in that seems like it'd be useful because I don't feel like I'll run into enough of those to actually level that up naturally. know I need this. Let's fuck her up in dice poker. Oh, 2 6s. Oh, they have a 2-6. Boo. Wait a second. We rolled the exact same result. 1 4, and it's in the same spots in the board. What happened? 6 4 6 1 3. 6 4 6 1 3. I wonder if they make a different decision. They're raising, like, oh, they're confident. Okay, I got a 3. Yeah, they did the same thing as me. And I just rolled better.
Yes, sir. Great day. You associate with sorcerers. What's the rush?
Hero rush. Got him. Now let's look at the quests. Bring it on, Bergen. Yeah, how do I find this guy? Defeat Scalen Burden. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat him up. What? Tracked quest. Oh, okay. So how the fuck do I get there?
I got a serious career proposal yesterday. You want to give her that black, eh?
Yeah, but all true statements. One trick pony, glass cannon, but you know, a good glass cannon, good one trick pony. I kind of like that character in a way because like that is what you want to do as a mage. Like all these other spells for utility and stuff, you don't really want to do those. You just want to blow shit up. But they deny you. Most of the time in a lot of those like RPGs, you have to have very balanced spells just because there aren't enough of just damage spells. I mean like pen and paper RPGs. So I got a black screen too, but I hear the music looping incessantly. Oh, here we go. I'm looking for places of power. I am? Why am I looking for places of power? Oh, to charge up the some kind of thing. Yeah, let's arm wrestle. Fuck that.
I really like the wrestle, but show me what you're made of. All right. Want to take me on?
Yeah.
Show me what you're made of.
I'm gonna grab some more water. Oh, fuck. Thought I already won. Oh, pop, pop, pop. Oh. God damn it. Is it getting smaller? No, it was in the thing.
Go be a good strong arm. Escape, Aaron.
Yeah.
Show me. All right. Show me.
Show me what you're made of. God, that's gotta hurt. Arm wrestling on a stone block. Fuck. It's like the tiniest little like lapse of the thing, and it pushes it so far.
Got me a good
Okay.
This Ariel.
I feel like this is the first time I've lost in arm wrestling. I don't know why. Like once you fall off once, it's kind of it's so much harder.
I believe I'd split a
There
rope
needs to be more games like Souls where it'll just kill you if you try to make a jack of all trades.
No shame in losing to the White Wolf. Though there's one who could still be a match for you. Who? The mighty Numa. I wrestled him in Korea. Couldn't move my arm for the next week. They say he don't play fair. Well, that's just losers talking. You ever wrestle him? Give him my regards. I will.
The Great Numa. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Alright, I am back. I guess you can kind of tell. Hey, at least you're compelled to try again and don't start sobbing when you lose like that one guy. You're talking about the guy, the knight guy who's like salty in the game? Or are you talking about someone I told a story about? I guess I already completed the quest. Might as well go pick up my reward. Oh, the guy was crying in Magic? Or maybe the, there's one guy who was crying in Magic, there's one guy who I beat in Soul Calibur repeatedly, and it's like the first time he even played Soul, it was Soul Calibur 4, his first time he'd even, like, played it, and it was like, I am very, very good at Soul Calibur. I don't think I would win in like a tournament or anything, but you know, definitely among like average people playing games, like, I am above average at that game for sure. So I was destroying him, like it was like I was shitting in his mouth. There was no, like, he was getting completely destroyed, and he was getting like. The other thing, I think one thing that made him mad was that I wasn't looking at the screen that much. Because, like, I don't know, it just, like... You just kind of know what people are going to do sometimes. Like, especially if, like, you've beaten someone, like, you know, 5 times in a row. Are they going to really, like, mix things up that much? Like... especially the more mad someone gets, the less decisions, like the more narrow their decision making. So like as he's getting more and more mad, like, so he wasn't crying. He got so mad that the blood vessels in his face were popping. Yeah. Oh, magic. Yeah, the magic guy. Necrophages.
Killed most of the necrophages. Most.
I played that guy in Magic a couple times after that, but
Thank you, Witcher. The whole of Vergen thanks you. Here's your coin. Shive, Skags, and Sigrid will get the same.
the whole time I was at that school, I didn't really lose a game. I don't think. I might have. I don't know. But I don't think so. I was just. I don't know what it was. Like I don't know why, but everyone was really bad at like everything. Like everyone was really bad at games there. I don't know. Like I've talked about the gaming club before. It was just like. It was just weird. Like everyone was really bad at stuff. Is this guy just letting me take stuff from his house? Slightly strange. You know, it's funny. I was talking about that guy masturbating all over campus. I played him in a fighting game. I found out later that that's who that was. But he was playing a fighting game. I don't know how much he played it, but he was just kind of like I was like, oh, let me get next. Like when I was like, you know, like don't worry, like you can play as much as you want. Like don't, you know, whatever. Just like whenever you get tired, I'll tag in. You know, I didn't want to be like kicking somebody off. It's like, so then they were like, oh yeah, I just wanted to play one game, and then they switched off, and then this other guy switched on, or I think I don't know, what he stay on or whatever it was. So I play this guy, and I'm just like picking like random characters, and it was a Japanese fighting game, so I just tried going quarter circle 3 times and then pressing all the face buttons. And yeah, that did like a crazy special move and whatever, which was kind of funny. I picked the guy. It was it was a Persona fighting game, and I picked the guy with the chair first, and he was really good. If I ever play that game again, definitely the chair guy. He has like a folding chair. It's really good. Hits people with a folding chair. Definitely top tier character. Then I just kept on picking random characters, and that guy got like really mad. And then someone else I knew came up and was like, oh, you guys are playing this game. And he was getting more and more mad, like losing. And I wasn't, this, you know, it sounds like this is like a pattern. Like I'm like doing something when I'm playing people. I'm just having fun. Like I'm not like saying anything mean. Oh, good night now. I'm just playing. I'm just having fun. I swear I don't do anything. I'm not being a meanie weenie. But yeah, this guy got really mad. Also, that guy was probably not like 100% super mentally stable. So then I passed off the game because, like, you know, whatever, someone else wanted to play. And then I watched their game, and then he beat him. And then he just turns to him and starts, you know. He just goes like, fuck you! After he wins, like spitting. Getting real mad, like spitting when he's yelling at him. It was kind of strange. It's less strange when you hear that guy was masturbating all over campus in public. But definitely not when you're in college. That's about the point when you should stop doing. You should, well before that, you should not be doing that, like the screaming and the. Okay, royal blood. What is this? Further reading will tell you that Geralt accomplished a lot in Edirn. He fought wars, killed monsters, obstructed kings, and caused unhealthy arousal in sorceresses. He did? I will. You have to keep in mind, however, that his priority was finding Triss. Sorceresses, as all other women do, keep in packs. Thus, in his search, Geralt headed for Philippa Eilhart's house. Unhealthy arousal, however, was out of the question in that case. What the fuck? Dandelion is supposed to be the one who writes your quest log, so that's why it's all like weird. Am I supposed to? Oh no, the quest to talk to. No, wait. Yeah, I should go do this. If only he was as into gaming as he was into being a degenerate. Yeah. At least he would have won. Really, in like any fighting game, if you just stop for like half a second just for no reason and then randomly jab, it will fuck with people's timing like you can't believe, and then you just kind of can do stuff. And they can't really do that much. Oh dear. Is that Cynthia?
What is it, Witcher? Cynthia.
Oh.
Sorceress. Leash means a connection between a sorceress and her assistant. An unfortunate term, I admit, but it explains how things are. Cynthia can tap my power, use my spells. She's a conduit. And she's learning along the way. It's convenient, and except for the name, not to write it at all. But you're not here to talk about Cynthia.
I am here to talk about Cynthia. That's Cynthia. Extended edition. Extended edition post plus? Okay, what do we got? I'm looking for Triss.
I'm looking for Triss. Nether forced her to teleport near Bergen.
Nether?
Voltest's killer. Perhaps Demodens too. Can you help me find her?
Certainly. We sorceresses must stick together. We have too many enemies.
Triss contact.
You sorceresses are so mean to each other.
Nexus Circle of Flotsam.
And I haven't heard from her since.
Can you locate her?
My microscope responds to a person's aura. If I had something of hers, I could find her. You were close to her. Maybe you have something.
No, I don't have anything.
Not good. Wait. A local drunkard claims he saw a redhead fall out of the sky. This could be a lead.
I never heard of flying women before.
Perhaps they're just drunken delusions. It's possible, however, that an unstable teleport ejected Triss near the town.
As it's our own, talk to this drunkard. Do you know him?
I'm not used to associating with drunkards, but you'll likely find him in the inn.
Thank you.
Come back as soon as you learn anything.
Yeah, the situation with the masturbating guy at my school definitely is definitely funny, for sure, but also really unfortunate. Like, that was a real situation, and no one could do anything because the school was too woke to stop what is basically like a mentally ill sexual predator from just jerking off in public all over the place. And there was more than one. I know there was more than one person who did that, but there was at least... I'll only steal what is absolutely necessary. Just the money. Where did Cynthia go? Gotta talk to Cynthia. Sack? She's not in the sack. Money. Yeah, I remember I was like with this. I was like with this girl. Let's call. Oh wow, she's just like right there. Let's call her Luann, and he. Like several times, like walking around with this girl, she'd like point that guy out and be like, "Oh, we have to like avoid him. Like, oh, we should go over here or whatever." But we ended up bumping into him, and he was like, "Hey, Luann." He did talk like that, and then he was like, just the very first thing he said was, "Do you like latex?" And it was just like, all right. Let's walk away now.
I'm Cynthia. I'm an age in training. Philippa is my mentor.
My condolences.
No need for that. True, she's a demanding mistress, but she can also be charming. Besides, she's the best there is, Witcher. She has no equals, excepting perhaps the old elven sorceresses. You should see her cast spells. Light and graceful she is, not like that old tart Tanzanelle.
You know Sheila.
You know Sheila.
I've seen her cast spells. I've seen all the great sorceresses work. She looks quite manly in her style. Precise, logical, exceptionally composed. But she lacks grace and suppleness.
Is that your opinion? Or are you just repeating what Philippa says?
We agree in our assessment. Miss Marigold, on the other hand, is talented. But she lacks determination, courage, and a certain cold willfulness that seems necessary.
That's interesting.
Kira Metz and Margarita Loatia are both blasé, seemingly resigned. One's a hedonist and nymphomaniac, the other cares only about her school. They lost enthusiasm for magic long ago.
Oh, Kira Metz. There's a.
It's her flinder there. Nobody really knows what the old she-elf is capable of. But she's clearly very powerful.
I take it Philippa has none of these flaws, but she must have some weakness.
Ambition. Infinite. Boundless. And burning like the core of the desert.
You know that blacklight thing. Yeah. I think if you shined a blacklight around, there would be a lot more stuff that lit up than not, like across the whole school. Yeah. So there's like part of the masturbating everywhere problem is there's some kind of medication that's pretty effective for autism, I think. But also causes you to be more aroused. And there were a lot of people who had some kind of cocktail of mental conditions, and that was one of them, or whatever they had going on required the taking of that drug or whatever. And so there was a few, I think at least 3 while I was there, that you were not allowed to report for jerking off in public. Like they would just the one that like talked like this. Yeah, I know he would be like watching porn in the lounges. Yeah, I don't think he had a great understanding of like hygiene either, so I don't think he was like, yeah. I think he was just making a mess in his pants every time. But my friend was his tutor in the writing center, and he would... Oh, man. Yeah, let's talk about magic. during the
Does a magic course cost these days?
dandruff. Yeah.
God. Besides, you're too old.
No matter. I have few of my own tricks as it is.
You mean witch's science? Philippa can conjure up the illusion of a garden full of flowers, fruit trees, and young elves of both sexes copulating merrily all the day. And the illusion is complete. The flowers have an aroma. The fruit and she elves are juicy.
Invite me over the next time she conjures up this garden. I'd gladly see it. Professional curiosity.
Naturally. But I doubt Philippa's in the mood for complicated illusions. She focuses all her efforts on Saskia.
All right. That's that. Yeah, he would have dandruff and shake it out all over the desk, and then he would like play with it. Oh, we'll put it that. God, so gross. I should have never spoken that aloud. I should have kept that horror to myself. Just remember how disturbed my friend was about that. It's like every time he'd be trying to get him to pay attention. He's fucking doing that. Oh, but yeah, no, the ketchup guy. He went to one of the parties that they had, which are lit up by a blacklight, and you know, a guy like that, you know, his pants were just one, like, his lap was just one big smear of something. And there can only be speculation as to what it was. But, yeah. Oh, it was in the inn. It was in the inn. Okay, I know where that is. No, I don't. I remember that there was a guy outside the inn. I'll just follow the arrow and hope it leads me there. But yeah, he was like super embarrassed and like ran out of the party. But some people should just wash their fucking hands. You don't have a sink in your room in those dorms, so you'd have to walk out into the hallway to wash your hands, but like, come on. You can't just wipe it all over your pants and then just never change your pants.
I heard you saw something. Yes, clearly. But wait. You must buy a fellow a drink for such a story.
Well, you shut it already. We can already cite this bullshit now.
I'm a client and I'll say what I want. Pour me some Ackerman meat and no cheating. This noble wayfarer will pay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a little short right now. Let me tell you about it.
I heard you.
Yes, but wait.
Well, you.
Oh, his price went down since I...
If you warn me, I'll shove this thing up your ass. With such a fine liquor, and my ass has no taste, you won't regret. See? Last week I was passing by the Gulliver's. I like to take a hike from time to time. Get to the point. Hush. So I'm walking and suddenly there's a flash, a crack. I'm thinking, a storm's coming. But maybe a cloud in the sky.
You hit the ground with your ass so hard you saw a flash. You were that drunk.
Then I saw people lying in a gully as if they'd fallen from the sky, a man and a woman. The woman was so beautiful, I wished she'd fallen down on me. Taking a look at the man. Huge fella. His mug cut up like he shaved with a scythe while drunk. What did the woman look like?
That's the description.
Wearing a vest and high shoes with tits and a red nose. Just waiting to be.
Alright. Shut the fuck up, dwarf.
Shut your mouth. What happened then? Yeah.
The other guy's like, it sounds like your mom.
The man clearly disliked her because he didn't help her. He just stood there, menacing and A troll came out didn't attack her. Not at all. I hid and saw everything. First he sniffed her, so I thought he'd eat her. But he didn't. He threw it to the rock. Yes, he did.
Alright. I think I remember this quest. You fight the... Or he's like... Oh, you know what? Let me bid you guys adieu, so I can get back to slogging through those edits. Oh. Since it's like almost 4. I think I've been streaming for a while, right? Because I think we started a little earlier. Ending soon. What's my high score? Does it say on the... oh, like 5 hours. Almost on the dot. Nice. So, thank you guys for hanging out. And, hope you guys have a fantastic night or whatever time it is in whatever time zone you are in. And I will get back to my edits. Thanks for the diversion. And again, thanks for hanging out. It was fun.